From the Canticle of the Dragon, thus began the Age of Despair. The roads were tangled.
The winds and the sandstorms dwelt in the husks of cities.
The plains and mountains became our home.
As the old gods lost their power, we called to the blank sky.
Into the cold, dividing gray, to the ears of new gods.
The sky is calm, silent, unmoving. We have yet to hear their answer.
Their answer.
Their answer.
Their answer.
Their answer.
We have yet to hear their answer. Let's begin tonight with a story. Once upon a time, a young boy named Gwydion stood atop a hill amidst the tall, pale grass. He had listened to his friends and his family sing hymns of the church. He had soiled his hands with dirt and mud. He had just finished burying his mother. As the others departed the hill, Gwydion remained atop, yearning for answers, for meaning. More than anything else, Gwydion yearned for the truth. His father, a tall man with round cheeks and gentle eyes too small for his face, knelt down beside him. His father laid upon the grave a single red rose. "Father, why are you leaving my mother a red rose?" he asked. His father, often a cold, distant man, answered him. "Red roses are for love. Even though she is gone, I want your mother to know that my love for her is as true today as it ever was." Gwydion's father stood up and wandered down the hill, but the boy remained. A short time later, a small fellow with a rugged beard that Gwydion had never seen before climbed up the hill and knelt down by the grave. He said something in a foreign tongue, and he set down in the dirt a single white rose with many thorns. Gwydion asked the small fellow, "Mister, why are you leaving my mother a white rose?" The man answered in a strange accent, "Long, long ago, your mother traveled the world. For a time, we traveled together. But how I wish I had told her then, when she was still young, how much I loved her. You see, child, white roses are for a love that was never spoken, a truth kept secret far too long." And then the man stood and he tipped his wide-brimmed hat to the boy and he descended the hill. An hour passed, but Gwydion was still not satisfied. He wondered bitterly to himself, why do people we love have to die? Why is life so lonely sometimes? Who will cook dinner for me now, or tell me to clean up my room, or how to be a proper young man? Who will love me? Certainly not the stranger whom I've never met before, and not even my father. For the only things my father ever loved were my mother and making money. At last the crow cried, marking sunset and the coming of night, and Gwydion turned to look, and he saw a man in the shadows wearing a black robe with a hood hiding his features. The figure stretched out a skeletal arm towards the mother's grave. From his fingertips, the figure carelessly dropped a black rose that fell crookedly to the ground. The boy squinted through the shadows, trying to make out the figure's face. "Sir, why are you leaving my mother a black rose?" he asked. But there was no answer. Is it Because she's dead and you loved her, he asked, but there was still no answer. Is it because she did something bad and you hate her so? Gwydion asked. And yet, no answer. The figure did not move, speak, or even look at the boy. It simply stood there, waiting. Cold north wind blew up the side of the hill and settled into Gwydion's bones. He turned from the robed figure, from his mother's grave, and he ran, sobbing, all the way home. And when he slammed his front door behind him, when he felt the fire of his hearth on his face, he was still afraid for his life, afraid that his ghosts might catch up to him at any moment. And at that moment, Gwydion was no longer a boy. He was a young man who had learned an important lesson. And that lesson is this. As a rose has thorns, so too does the truth. And sometimes, it's better not to know. When last we saw our companions, it was a late morning and they were speeding off in the back of Visaria's Vardo, a colorful wagon led by 2 wild horses. So in this scene, we have Visari and Rookone in the front, looking out over a small hill that leads down to a vast desert of ivory white sands. Climbing on top of the Vardo, his sword Absolution in his hands, the knight Sir Riordan prepared for an attack. Inside the Vardo, at its back, the ambitious wizard Honoria, the hero of the War of the Lance, Tannis Half-Elven, and the young but brave little girl, Lily, stood ready as time wraiths approached. Honoria, you see the wraiths now teleporting from place to place without ever actually moving their limbs. They exist in and out of time, their black forms parchment thin but malicious. They have wicked white toothless smiles and white pinpoints for eyes, and there are dozens of them, maybe more. And they're flickering ever closer to you. Beside you, the Kender spellslinger Nova leans out over the Vardo's window and levels a small wand-like device at the approaching wraiths. She presses a button, and a burst of fire explodes from the device. And then it freezes midair, and the fire retreats back into the device. It explodes out of the device and explodes back into the device again and again and again.
How far away are they?
The wraiths, they're flickering closer and closer, 60 feet, 55 feet. Sometimes they're in a circle. Sometimes they're grouped together. Sometimes they're spread apart.
I want to just try casting something, a cantrip towards them. Infestation. Buru him hitaim.
Roll me a perception check.
As a 4.
All of a sudden, the wraiths are gone. The moment you first start speaking your words, you glance to the side and you see Lily looking up at you. She nods. She nods again. She nods again. On the other side of her, Tannis Half-Elven draws his sword. And then he draws his sword again. And then he draws his sword again.
Is there any palpable energy coming from the time crystal? Raceland's time crystal?
Do you pull it out and observe it?
Yes.
Yeah, roll me an Arcana check.
Natural 20.
You get the feeling that there's not energy leaving the crystal, but being absorbed from into the crystal, from the ether beyond. With a natural 20, I'll tell you that you have the strong inclination that the time crystal might be tied to whatever's happening right now.
I don't suppose there's any way I could feed the time crystal some of my essence, or perhaps try to draw in the essence of the time wraiths. I know that I saw something similar happen with Lorana, which is the only reason I'm suggesting this.
With a natural 20, I'll let you, the answer is maybe. You would know that this is definitely a different kind of crystal, a different kind of artifact than the crystal that encaged Lorana. But if you have a specific spell you would like to try, you can. If you don't, then you can make a general arcana check.
Oh, I did not prepare that spell today. That would have been quite perfect. Oh no. I'm gonna go with a general arcana, Dawn.
All right.
My instinct was the minor eyes of time, but that is, for the first time in a long time, not prepared. 23.
You try to channel the magic of the crystal, but a moment ago you had it. Now it slips through your fingers. It is extremely powerful. Not beyond you, but at the very peak, you realize of what you're capable of manipulating. And as you try to take its essence into you or to manipulate its essence to control it, all of a sudden, Lily stops nodding. Tanis's sword is in his hands, and the fireball explodes out of Nova's device.
Is that a measure of success, or is that just blind luck, I think, looking down at Kender, Nova?
We're gonna go to Nova in just a second, but you think I'll give you with a 31 before, with a natural 20 before, you think you did something, you broke the loop, but you don't think that you fixed anything. Lindy, hello. Please describe for us what Nova looks like as she's firing this device, and then we're going to get straight into the encounter.
Yes. So Nova is leaning out the window. Got a good vantage point. She's holding on. She whips out this device. It's got like a glowing crystal in the end, which she uses the focus for the science, because she can't do magic. That's ridiculous. The science that involves fire science. It's basic, simple Kinder stuff. And she charges it up, and she's got a wicked gleam in her eye. She set that bush on fire earlier, and it just wasn't satisfying enough. This is gonna be just, it's gonna make her feel a lot better. And she just leans out and aims it towards the largest cluster she can see of them, and just let her rip.
Right. What level is this? And
I'm just doing a
the
first
spell
level
save?
Fireball. It is a dexterity saving throw.
What's the DC for him?
I think it's 15 because it's just the wand, not my DC.
Okay.
Yes.
One of them will take full damage, and 3 of them will take half damage. And
Okey-dokey.
as you fire this device at this cluster, you can see them kind of flicker in and out of existence. They don't seem to be visibly affected necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
They continue to get closer, but you do believe that you were able to have some impact with your shot.
30 damage.
Perfect. All right, and are you staying leaning out the window? Things are starting to happen, and these things are starting to get close. What's your plan here?
I think she's gonna pull back in a bit, but she's cackling madly. She's not gonna completely go inside, but she wants the majority of her weight to be inside in case we do take a sudden turn. She doesn't just tumble out.
All right. We'll go to Riordan here in a moment. In the meantime, oh no, there he is. So Riordan, you see from the top of the Vardo, you've drawn your sword, you've climbed through towards the back, you see a fireball launch out the side of the Vardo towards these things. There are 4 of them in the area that it impacts, but there's at least a dozen more of these things, these wraiths that are kind of teleporting from place to place. They're out 55 feet away right now. What's Riordan's plan here?
As he sees them in the distance, kind of shielding himself from the glare of the fireball as it launches, he will draw and pull Absolution up to his face in a salute, but as he does so, he's going to cast Shield of Faith on himself. And as he looks out at everything else, they're 55 feet away, closing fast.
Yep.
He's going to hold the rest of his action. If anything gets close, he's going to let him have it.
All right, now close to him, or is he guarding anyone in particular?
He's not going to leave the Vardo, but if Lily and Honoria appear or are on the ground, he is going to defend either or both of them.
Okay. Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Dirty 20.
The Vardo begins to pick up. The speed of the horses increases as it's rushing towards this ridge that goes down, dips into the beginning of the desert. As it does, you're jostled upwards. You are able to hold on and keep from slipping and falling off or crashing through for now. You ready your action. You're going to defend the back of the Vardo in case these things get close.
Yeah, and what he'll do is he'll stand up, and as the wind catches the elements of his fur and his cape, he will slip one gauntleted boot or one armored boot beneath one of the rungs on the top of the Vardo, hold fast, and pull Absolution up like a batter would waiting for their pitch.
All right. Visaria, it's your turn. You're driving the Vardo currently. You're the one who's in charge of the horses. Rookone is up front with you. He's just leaned forward through the back, and he slapped the back of the horses to get them to speed up. They're speeding up, but it's getting more difficult to handle.
Rookone, take this. I need to see, and it's a lot harder to do that here. And she's gonna clamber up on top of the Vardo as well. How far away are these things?
So the Vardo is what? It's 15 feet, I think we said.
15 by like
10.
8, 10 or 8.
Yeah. So from her, if she climbs up to the front of the Vardo, they'd be about 65 feet away currently.
Okay. She's gonna climb up and stand next to Riordan and wait until they are 30 feet from her. Because she says to Mr. Riordan, I don't think we really have time to deal with this. It's a little messy, and you've already cracked one thing here. So why fight if we don't have to?
He would say something, but it's beneath him.
All right. So you're ready? Are you readying a spell? Is that what you're doing?
She's readying a spell.
All right. Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, theoretically I can do that. Wait, wow. 22.
So you two feel the jostle as you're clambering closer to the back of the Vardo to get up with Riordan. But you're able to hold on. You're able to keep your footing and keep from slipping off or breaking anything. And you have also readied your action. Honoria, you've just snapped out of your time loop, and all of this is happening at once.
Lily is beside me?
So you have at the back of the Vardo, which is open.
Yeah. Okay.
You,
I've got
Lily,
him up
who they're up top. Lily is holding a wooden sword in her right hand and the dagger you gave her in her left hand, and she's ready to defend herself. She doesn't look scared at the moment.
Oh, I need to click that. I can't. Eventually, but I can't see Riordan. Then can I?
You could see him just like he's hanging out over the back on top. He's like right above you.
Okay, but I can't see because I can't cast a spell on somebody I can't see. Line of sight is an issue that I was worried about. I want to hold my action until the wraiths are within range to cast haste on someone. Can I be that vague, or does it have to be specific?
It has to be somebody you can see, and since Riordan said that he's leaning over, he wants to keep an eye on you. I'll say you have line of sight. You have to say who you're going to cast.
What about Rookone, though? Do I have line of sight on him? No, he's at the front of the Vardo, so there's no way I can see him.
There's like curtains that separate.
Okay.
So you could go back there and cast it on him if you'd like.
No, I'm gonna hold it for Reardon.
Okay.
And I'm gonna put my hand on Lily's shoulder and tell her to stay close for my protection. Trying to make her feel.
She'll take a small step towards you, just kind of obeying your orders, like you know what to do, but she's not backing down. Tanis, sword in hand, notices that the wraiths are getting closer and closer, and he suddenly decides to sheath his sword, and he pulls his longbow out from around his shoulder, and he's going to just take a couple of shots. They're just within range. So let's see here. And he has disadvantage on both of these attacks. So he takes 2 shots at the same, in quick succession, at the same of these wraiths. It's the one that's the closest currently. It flickers out of time for a moment. The first shot whizzes by, but as it flickers back into place, he hits it dead on with a second shot. And so he does deal damage to it. This is the same one that was kind of in the center of Nova's fireball. That's his turn. Lily is also holding her actions. She's got both weapons in hand. She's waiting for them to get close. Now it's their turn. And only 4 of them approach at once. They vanish from your view. And Sir Riordan, above you, you look up and you see 2 of them appear. They're upside down. Their faces, their smiles now frowns, and they are attempting to touch you. And you have just a split second before they're entirely solidified. They will both get an attack on you, and you can attack them in turn.
Okay, I can do my held attack on them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do I get to cast haste at the same time then? And will that benefit Riordan?
It won't benefit his held action, but it will benefit him on his next turn.
Okay.
So you can do that. We can trigger everybody's held actions, including Visaria's as well.
Can we trigger another fireball?
There we go. Kicking it off, right?
Natural 20.
Yes, go for it. Roll the damage.
Okay, so that's 21 on whoever wants to touch me. Stop touching me.
So the first thing that appears before, and its fingertips are just at your shoulders. The other's fingertips are just at your other shoulders. You're able to shift back before it materializes entirely, and you slash through it. Its arm falls off, and then the rest of it floats down like a sheet of paper, and then crumples up and vanishes.
And then I'll turn the other 2 attacks on the other one with the bad touch. 17.
A 7. You'll have. I should have had. I'm not going to make you redo the first one. You have disadvantage on melee attacks versus these creatures.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I should have known that. Okay.
That's okay, but I'll give you the 17 though. The 17's a hit.
11. That'll be 13 slashing, and then at disadvantage, the final attack with absolution. Natural 1.
All right. What was the total damage on the second attack?
13 slashing.
All right. So this thing is going to attempt to touch you with a 25 and a 14.
25 is going to hit. 14 will not.
All right. Make me a Constitution saving throw.
I would like to use my reaction to use Honoria's minor time split.
Okay.
Enchant, because I have
You absolutely can do
that. Saya Belgan Gear. And a little bit of help, buddy. A little bit of help.
Make that intelligence saving throw. It fails. So please describe how this works and then roll your damage.
It is a small and quick spell for Honoria. It's almost like when you're seeing a really well-practiced kid doing yo-yo tricks. It is just something that comes to her naturally, moving her hands in the air forward, and backwards, kind of creating a clock-like rotating effect, and it kind of shoots out towards the wraith and continues to envelop around his head, and it's just a stunning moment.
So the only people who are aware that this happens is Sir Riordan and Honoria and the wraith, because what happens is you actually stutter back in time, Riordan. You feel it happen to yourself. For a second, Honoria, you see his face go gaunt and begin to suck inward, and then time reverses, and 1d6. This should be 46 damage, so we'll take off that last 4. So 20 psychic damage. And it has to, so the same thing happens again, except for this time. I think it hits twice.
Isn't it stunned for the remainder of its turn?
I'm reading it now.
No, it is not. Okay, I thought there was a stunning.
That's a different spell.
Yep. Less helpful than I thought, Riordan. Sorry, buddy.
Make 2 constitution saving throws. So Riordan, you feel your life being sucked out of you, and then you revert back. It's jarring, and then it happens again.
Okay, I'm going to spend a inspiration to take this with advantage. The first one.
All right, for the first one.
18.
All right, it's a success.
Okay, straight roll with the second. 22.
Success. So you will take 20 psychic damage total, but no further effects. Meanwhile, you still have your held action, right, Visaria?
Yeah, how close are they? In general?
5 feet. 2 of them appeared right above you in Riordan. Both of them were reaching for Riordan. He slashed one. It's conceivably gone. The other one's attached to him right now, upside down, feet sticking straight up in the air.
What about the rest of them?
Oh, they're still coming.
But roughly how far away are they?
There's 2 that just appeared right in front of Honoria and Lily.
Yeah, I said we didn't want to do this, and she's going to... Also, by the way, I feel really sick. That meant something went wrong. And she's going to spin herself so she's beyond Riordan, so he's not looking, and she's going to just again, she's got a lot of jewelry in her hair, including at the bottom of her braid is a white feather that she kind of swings on a little chain, and she casts Fear at 4th level. Because, or 3rd level, excuse me, I don't need to upgrade, cast it. Because it doesn't have any problems with undead or things without a charmed effect.
So it doesn't have to make a saving throw. These creatures are immune to the charmed and frightened effect.
They're both charmed and frightened? Okay.
Both charmed and frightened.
She knows that now. That's okay. That's good to know.
That is good to know. So that's their turn. We're back up to the top. Oh, no. I lied. 4 of them are attacking Honoria. Or 2 of them are attacking Honoria twice, rather. So, a 26, a 13, a 25, and a 20, Honoria.
Those are all gonna hit there. Done.
The 13 hits as well?
Oh, wait. No, I have a 16 armor class. Okay, so, irregardless, I think I probably want to use my minor wheel of time if you'll allow me to.
You already used your reaction.
Damn it. Goodbye, cruel world. I never liked you anyways.
Roll me 3 Constitution saving throws, Honoria.
Am I within 5 feet?
You are.
Can I sentinel the shit out of these things when they're trying to get into the Vardo?
Oh, because you didn't use your reaction.
I did not use my reaction.
Use your held action. I will allow you to, you can use your reaction to make an opportunity attack on one of them.
Okay.
Does Lily get an opportunity attack as well, since they're all going for me within 5 feet? Come on, little girl, you can do it!
Okay, I'm gonna use another inspiration to make this a straight roll.
Okay.
22. And
you have 3 inspiration left.
Right. I've got it. I'm gonna pump into this one as well. I know it doesn't work on them, but I'm gonna pump in a tripping attack to boost the damage a little bit. Take 1 off of that 10. So that's a 13 plus. I'm at a D10 now, I think, for my stuff.
Yep. I'll change that in 1 second.
Okay, so that's 18 damage on slashing on one of them that's going after Honoria.
Okay. And then Lily will take her held action as well, which is 2 attacks, one with the offhand. So as these 2 things appear, Riordan, you just slash one, you've just been grabbed by the other. You can still feel it draining your life force out of you. And you still have enough wherewithal to slash downward. You cut through one of them, but even though it seems like it's almost like paper that's been halfway torn and one arm is flailing backwards, it still reaches out with its other arm towards Honoria. Lily takes 2 swings, one with her wooden sword and one with her dagger, but she's a little girl and she doesn't know how to fight. She almost falls off the back. Tanis grabs her and pulls her back into the back of the Vardo. And Honoria, you failed 2 saving throws and succeeded 1. You take 50 psychic damage, and you can only take 1 action on your next turn. You did just get some plot armor.
That's great.
20 plot armor came in for you. Thank you. Rookone, you're now up front with the horses. You can hear the commotion in the back. You can look over your shoulder through the curtains and see that there's a couple of those things back there. Right now, you are riding with both of these horses at the front of this Vardo, and you're about 30 feet from a ridge that goes down very steeply towards the beginning of the desert. It's a rocky ridge. What's Rookone doing?
Man, I wish I had somebody that like knew the land right beside me, or I don't know, somebody that could possibly haste a horse or something crazy like that. Are we on a path? Are we on a road, or is this just like all open nature?
The road, it basically ends here once it gets to the ridge and to the desert. It was a normal road that became more and more overgrown with grass, less well-trodden, and now that it reaches the edge of the desert, it disappears.
All right, and in my perception of these time wraiths and the relation to the Vardo, are they keeping up with us, or does distance matter? I know they've been teleporting in and out, so I just kind of want to
roll me a perception check, and I'll tell you information.
Can I use athletics if I flex and observe?
You can flex and observe. I'll let you roll both.
There's my perception. And then there's me flexing.
Nova senses are tingling.
You're very muscular, and it's a very good flex, but you just can't see very well from the front with
your muscles are
the
too
Vardo
large.
blocking
They're in
you.
the way.
They're almost too large.
Okay, so the path is kind of overgrown going up. How far in the distance does the path disappear over the ridge into the desert, and how, from my perception, how steep is the ridge going into the desert? Is it like a sheer cliff drop off? Is it?
It's 30 feet to the ridge, and that's where the road ends. A couple of feet before the ridge. From 30 feet away, you're not sure. It could be a drop off. It could be a straight drop off, or it could be a steep slope.
Okay, and then are we in an open field right now? Are we like on a trail through a wooded area? So are we kind of like...
Think of grassland, like tall, pale grassland.
All right, so we're not on a completely linear path.
That's right.
So would it be possible to go to the ridge and ride along the ridge instead of shoot off the ridge?
Absolutely. And because you've sped up the horses, I'll tell you now, I've increased their speed currently by 10 feet. So you have 50 feet of movement with this thing. If you want them to change direction or to do anything more complicated than continue straight ahead, I need you to make me an animal handling check. So it'd be 30 feet to the ridge, and then you could conceivably turn and travel.
Brother, I keep... Nope. If I were raging, fuck yeah, I would break these horses' legs and do it myself. But, Tia, don't act shocked. So what I'm gonna do is the reins of the horses, I'm gonna wrap my arms around them and like keep the reins taut. I'm gonna spread both my legs towards the front of the Bardo and like engage my entire latissimus dorsi and bring the reins in for maximum control, slightly stand up, and as we get close to the ridge, pull on the horse to the right to veer across the cliff's edge to get a better look of the slope.
Absolutely. Make me an animal handling check.
I'm going to use some advantage on this one.
All right.
21.
You do it. You engage your latissimal dorsi or whatever, and as you get to the edge of the cliff, you turn. The horses turn, and you are now riding parallel with this ridge, dangerously close. You can see rocks tumbling off down below. You can also see that it's not a drop off. It's not a cliff. It is a hill. It's a steep hill. It would be tricky to descend, but it does descend.
All right, so 30 feet, change direction. From where the road ends to the cliff, since we're moving in this direction, is there any plot of this hill that seems easier to traverse down than any other part of this hill?
I'll let you roll me another perception check. Or survival. I would let you do that too.
I'll do perception because I'm better at that. 16.
Yeah, you think about 30 feet ahead of you, the slope, there's less of a hick before the edge of the ridge there. It's a little more gradual. You think that you could take that down if you can time it correctly. With turning, you can get 10 feet closer on this turn. So you would be 20 feet away from that turn, that drop off, that safer drop off.
All right, yeah, I'll do that. And then with the remaining little bit after the movement, and while still standing up, peer over the Vardo to see if the positioning of these time wraiths have changed in relationship to the Vardo.
And I'll tell you too, the ones that were right behind that had reached out, the two that touched Honoria are still attached to her. They flickered in and out as you moved, constantly flickering. The one that's upside down attached to Riordan is still attached to him. The other one that had closed in is behind, and you can see a number of them teleporting, flashing closer and closer in different formations. They're still coming.
Okay. I'm gonna...
But you've created some distance.
And so, this was a move action that just happened, or is this my full turn?
This was your action to move the vehicle.
All right, cool. Then I'm done.
All right. That brings us back to Nova. Nova, the Vardo turns wickedly. You're hanging out the window still, right? Or no, you ducked back in.
Yeah, she's still got her head out. She's just...
Okay.
She's like,
And now
good thing I tucked my shoulders in.
As it turns, you can see directly through the window now is where this host of wraiths lies, and they're getting closer again. It is your turn.
Still in a nice big clump.
Some of them are, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna fireball them again. I thought about my turret, but no, I came in with a fireball.
All right. So what level are you using, and what's the DC here? Is it
DC is gonna be 15 again. I'm just using it from my wand again. And then dex save.
All right, so I'm going to give you 6 of them now this turn.
And she'll, yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good. 2 of them get a 15.
Okay, they'll succeed.
2 of them,
then.
yeah, and then 4 of them fail.
Okay. Where's my fireball? There it is. And I did it doing this one at level 4, so level 3, so... There we go. 32!
31, 32. Perfect. All right, so... Two of them disintegrate. You can see their parchment shadowy limbs just break apart and float away and then just vanish midair. The rest of them just flicker straight through the fireball and they continue to approach.
Okay.
Anything else on your... What else would you like to do on your turn?
She's just going to... I think she's gonna check in on Rook. She's gonna run up to the Vardo and kind of come up the grins. You doing okay out here, buddy? Daddy, like, yes, or I don't. You seem fine. The horses haven't broken their legs yet or anything. I'll pop back in a moment. And she'll run back to the window.
Actually, Rook Owen, if there's time, he's going to look back.
Bring me the wizard.
Noria?
Is there another one?
I just wanted to make sure we were thinking about the same wizard. I got a lot of friends. She's just the closest one. I wasn't sure if you meant the closest wizard. Anyway, Honoria, Rookon wants to see you up front. And she'll run back out to the window and watch the explosions.
Little busy.
Awesome. Reordinance, your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna kill this guy that's on me.
Okay.
I have to spend an inspiration here to get him off of me, so I'm gonna roll this with straight up.
Okay.
Shit. Still not good. All right.
So your first attack misses.
Okay, second attack without inspiration.
Misses.
Huh. He's latched onto me?
He is. You can feel him draining something out of you.
All right. Inspiration again for the last attack. 26. Right. Didn't need it. Damn it. That wasted shit. I'm down to 1. No,
you would have because you had disadvantage.
Right.
On all the, so you did need it. So the 26 is enough to hit.
Okay. I'm gonna pump a tripping into it, even though I know they don't. No. Dawn, can I do a maneuvering attack? I am going to. Okay, let me do my damage. Okay, 12 plus 9, so that's 21 on the one that's on me. Is it dead?
It is. Yeah. Describe how you finish this one off.
As it's turning and frowning, smiling up at him, Riordan looks up and smiles himself as he drives Absolution up through the smile and pulls it down. And with that maneuvering attack, I would like to give Honoria half her movement to get up front with Rook as her reaction to get away from these things. They do not give an opportunity attack if she's still within 5 feet of me, so.
Hell yeah.
As long as she's willing to spend her reaction.
Yep. I don't know what Rook Owen's plan is here, but I'm gone.
Yeah, so you use this, and as he cuts through this thing, you pull away from those 2 wraiths that are below you, and you run up front. You're able to cross through the Vardo with half of your movement.
Don, are you going to give me a free action to look around and assess the situation?
Absolutely.
Right now, all clear up top, right?
Yeah, all clear up top. You have 2 of them that are just behind the Vardo below you.
He's gonna break the Vardo.
It's
oh my god, he's actually gonna break the
Vardo! Someone mentioned earlier that this is some Indiana Jones shit, and yes it is. I am going to Harrison Ford into the Vardo by grabbing hold of the top and swinging my feet down into the Vardo to interpose myself between everyone and the two that are in there, or two that are menacing. Can I do that?
I just need you to make me an athletics check, and we'll see if you have to do anything after that.
13? It's strong.
Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Equally strong, 10.
You swing down and you juxtaposition yourself between these two wraiths behind you and Lily and Tanis, who are also right there once Honoria flees. But as you land, your feet crash with enough force to punch through the bottom of the floorboards on the lower level of the Vardo. You're not falling through the Vardo, but right now you've got that thing where you're like your knees are outside of the Vardo and your feet are dangling beneath the floorboards.
Okay, oh, and I was just reminded, did haste go off? Am I hasted now?
You
are in fact hasted, yes.
Oh, well, in that case, my movement speed is more than enough to pull myself free from this little Looney Tunes contraption. So I'll call it like
standing up from being prone, we'll say.
Okay, so he will stand up, and then he is going after these two. The one that he already hit is still alive down there, correct? The one with the dangling arm? He's going to take a swing at that one. Disadvantage. 12's not going to hit, right? Second attack at the same one with the dangling arm. 13 doesn't hit, right?
No.
And the last one, disadvantage. 24 is going to take him, though.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And I am going to pump another maneuvering attack into this one as, let me roll some damage. We roll that one down to 8. Up to 18! And then, superiority up to 24! So 24 on the dangling armed one?
That destroys it. So its dangling arm, it teleports again. This time it's inside the Vardo, but you are already swinging, and it appears right in the direction of your swing, and you cut through it again, and just like before, it breaks apart like paper, floats down, and after a split second vanishes.
Then with the maneuvering that he has in place with the one that's still in play, he's going to have Lily maneuver where she is going to press up against him. He wants her within 5 feet as he moves backwards towards the front of the Vardo, keeping himself within 5 feet of anything that wants to come through to get to Honoria. Does that make sense?
So yeah, absolutely. So she's like behind your leg, kind of peeking around your leg right now.
Yes.
Perfect. All right, Visari, it's your turn. You're still on top of the Vardo. You heard the sound. You heard the shattering of wood.
Mova, your friends are... Yeah, all right. That's fine.
Don't worry, I'll fix it. It'll be great. Which, I mean, a little fire damage wouldn't hurt too. I mean, since I'm fixing it all anyway, right?
No. This is my house. My house, and she just gets frustrated and whistles out very loudly, and I won't break anybody's eardrums on stream, at the mound of the 6 that are still coming at them, and cast Shatter at 4th level because she's pissed. At Riordan. And roll like
all right.
That's okay.
So there's 4 of them clumped up there together still.
And the spell save is 18.
Right, because of Lunatari.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
15
so...
thunder.
Oh, no, that's the wrong die. That one. And Constitution. So 16, 4, 18, and 21.
18 and 21 pass.
So 2 of them will pass. What's the total damage there? 7?
15.
15. Cool.
And then as a bonus action, she's going to turn and over her shoulder at Raccoon say, I understand that he's your friend, but now is not the time for playing games. Get us home, get us gone. Do not let us die here, please. And your D10 inspiration.
You just got into the woods. All right. That brings us back to Honoria, who's just burst through the curtain to Rookon's side. Did you want to move, Visaria? Did you want to stay up top?
She's staying up top so that she has better line of sight of everything.
Cool.
Because Riordan is now inside. Riordan is now inside.
Then in that case, do make me a dexterity saving throw.
Cool. Got this. 24.
Yeah, again, you're latched to the top of this Vardo, even as it rocks around, even as Rookon's pulling it up against the ridge, you stay on it.
I don't think this is the first time she's subway surfed her own Vardo.
I didn't think so either. Honoria, it's your turn.
How many of the wraiths are left?
Roll me a perception check, and I'll give you.
I have been fireballing a bunch of them, so they're not dead, they're weakened.
I don't know, maybe like a dozen.
Fuck.
They keep flickering and moving, so it's hard to count them. They all look identical.
In that case, I think that I am going to Min Silik Calihan and cast Mirror Image, popping up a few more images of myself. I'm going to reach over and I am going to touch Raccoon and use my bonus action to cast Honoria's Help, which is, where the hell is this? Boop. I can aid a friendly creature in attacking a creature within 5 feet of me, and as I touch him through my hand, kind of like a swirling vortex of dark necromantic energy comes out of my arm and bleeds into Rick, causing his horns to go black for a moment with kind of like death-like rose thorns around it, and then it dissipates. I hope you know what you're doing. And that'll be my turn.
All right. It is Tanis's turn now, and there's still one of these things that's right behind the Bardo. He throws his longbow over his shoulder, and again, he draws his longsword, and he slashes twice with it. And he hits both times. Let's see if that'll do it. Not quite. So he slashes this thing twice. The second one takes back its neck, and now it's just got like a corner of whatever it is that makes up its neck, whatever it's made out of, attached to its shoulder, and its head is flapping in the wind as it flickers in and out of time. That's his turn. Lily is holding her action in case she's approached by one of these things, or Sir Riordan is approached by one of these things. Now it's their turn. The one that's right in front of Riordan is going to attack Riordan.
Does Lily get her attack before it makes its way in?
Yeah, she does. So she
would have been a net.
Has disadvantage on both of her attacks. She will miss both times. She tries valiantly, but again, she just doesn't. She's only had a couple of lessons on sword play.
She's the best.
She is the best. This thing does attack you for with a 23 and an 18, Riordan.
23 hits.
Okay. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
13. I'm going to do Indomitable, and I'm going to use an advantage on it.
All right.
22. Son of a bitch.
10 psychic damage, Riordan, as this thing appears right in front of you. Its arms are wrapped around you, and you can see its flapping head knocking back and forth just in front of your field of vision. It does start to drain some of the essence out of you. That's its turn. The other 4 that were approaching that were not destroyed by a fireball now disappear and then reappear. Rookone, 2 of them reappear on either side of you, and they reach out for you. That's going to be 4 attacks. A 26, an 18, a 10, and a 22.
26 hits, 18 hits, 22 hits.
All right, so make me 3 Constitution saving throws.
26, 13, 17.
You have Bardic Inspiration.
And can I use the Bardic Inspiration on the lowest one?
Yeah, sure. That's better. So, Rookone, these things attach themselves to you when they appear, and you can feel from all directions. It's like your life force is being pulled out of you through your pores. It's going to be 30 psychic damage, but no further effects. And you did get the curse lifted from you last session, which means you're not vulnerable to psychic damage any longer.
Great news.
2 of them appear inside the Bardo. Nova, you were looking out, tracking them. 2 of them appear right in front of the window. Both of their arms, so 4 arms, stretch through towards you.
Oh, hi there!
So they'll make their attacks here.
Okay.
A 24, a natural 20, an 11, and a natural 1.
The first 2 will hit.
Again, so make me 2 Constitution saving throws.
Okie dokie. I'm going to use Inspiration on each of these.
That's a good idea.
Wait, is she within 5 feet of me?
No. She's on the side of the Bardo.
All right. 11 and 24.
So you succeed on one of your saving throws. You will take 50 psychic damage. And as, again, the life is being drained out of you, you see for a moment that same stuttering effect that Honoria saw before, where you see from the side of your vision, Lily take 2 swings with her weapons at one of the wraiths, and then all of a sudden she's taking the same 2 swings and missing again and again. When you snap out of your time loop next turn, you'll only be able to take 1 action. Movement, regular action, or bonus action.
Okay.
50 psychic damage. That's their turn. We're back up to the top, so Rookone, it's your turn.
Okay, so Honoria, where are you in relationship to me up in the front?
I'm pretty much right beside you. Like, if there's a seat, I'm kind of like kneeling and looking the other way. Don't forget, you have advantage on your next attack swing, buddy.
And ability checks, if I so choose, before your next turn?
I think I only choose one of those 3 options for Honoria's help. You don't get the choice of all 3 of them, so I was giving you the attack more effective, because you're already pretty badass with weapons.
All right, so essentially I have to make the choice of either attacking or steering the Bardo?
You don't have to use that attack right now, too. Like, the help will last until your next attack action.
And it can also be an ability check too. So if you want to use the magical boon she gave you for an animal handling check, you could.
That's what I was intending on, that sharp turn down the.
Sure. Yeah. These things do stay attached to you. They flicker constantly as you move, but each time they reappear, they're still attached to you.
Cool. Drink it in. It won't get any better. So let me go 20 feet forward and then make that veer down the cliff face, and make that check, and then just keep going straight down from that point.
All right. So roll me an animal handling check with advantage.
19.
Because you pick the easier slope, you do manage to pull the beasts and turn them right at the right time. And now all of a sudden you're going down a fairly steep hill, but your horses are keeping their footing for now. With a 20-foot turn, you have 3 feet. 15 feet is how much you descend this hill. You've still got another 45 feet before you'll get to the base, where it opens up into a rocky expanse followed by an ivory desert.
Okay.
So right now, everyone feels a gravitational pull as this Vardo turns on an angle. Things begin to slide down towards the front of it on the descent.
Okay. Turn my head to the rest of the Vardo behind.
Hold on, it's gonna be a bumpy ride.
And then I'm gonna use my bonus action to rage.
That is scary, the proximity in which I am next to a raging Minotaur. Ugh.
Who's also your driver.
I would trade places with you any day.
All of a sudden, this
you
is
know
taxi
what? Right
driver.
now, feel free.
Honoria, you're inside the Vardo.
Oh, that's right.
That is Grand Theft Vardo.
Billy, you have to do your De Niro. You have to do your De Niro now that you're.
Now's the time.
Welcome to me. Funny how.
Can you
All
milk
right.
me, Greg? Can you milk me?
So all of that happens in this canon in our story, and that makes it Nova's turn.
So you said these guys were on the outside, reaching in towards me, yeah?
Yeah, they're still attached to
Which
you right
means, though, if I lean outside of the Vardo and cast Fireball, I'm technically not using fire inside the Vardo, right?
now. Yeah, that sounds like a rule.
Okay. I mean, it was that or I cast Shatter on these guys.
Are you fireballing these two, or are you shooting back towards the remaining approaching?
These two are very rude, and I do not appreciate them, so... Was that or Scorching Ray, but you know, Fireball? Let's go with Fireball. Sounds more fun. Let's just... let's see, what's my spell DC though? We'll just use the wand.
So one of them will save and one of them will fail.
24!
All right. You burn away one of these two things that's on top of you. You can feel like your hair singeing. It's probably a familiar feeling for Nova.
It's a daily feeling for Nova. It's nothing out of the ordinary at all.
The smell of burning hair wafts into your nostrils.
I feel reinvigorated, and I'll be ready to do even more on my next turn.
One of them's still attached to you, though, currently.
Yeah, that's fine. I can deal with this punk later. It's cool.
All right. Riordan, it's your turn.
Do we still have one in the Vardo in front of us? The one that Tanis didn't effectively kill?
Yes.
Did I get any movement, or was it just the action?
Just one action.
Okay,
yeah,
she'll just kind of turn to Riordan, and if you're not busy after you deal with that one, I kind of got one on the face, if you wouldn't mind.
I'll help you both. As he attacks the one that's on the Tanis, let slip past him. Straight attack.
Oh, there it is. Couldn't just, no.
19.
That's a hit.
So that's 13 slashing to that one. How's it looking? It was just
that destroys it. That one's destroyed.
Because this is Sir Riordan Pathwarden, he will jam Absolution into the face, severing the rest of the neck from the head. And as he turns, he casts a glance at Tanis, just letting it linger for a moment as he spins back around, and he is going to yell at Nova, "Duck!" And he's going to shove Absolution out at this thing that's on her.
I mean, I'm really short. Do I need to? Oh.
Yep. 20.
That's a hit.
All right, I'm gonna, let's see, pump a superiority into it. 14. And third attack. Does 14 hit? Doesn't, right?
A 14 does not hit, no.
Okay. So his fourth attack. 19.
Hit.
Take that down to a 7. Back up to a 9. So
9.
That's 9 slashing on top of that. And then next attack. Natural 1. And I think I have one more? One more.
Yep, you have one more.
Dirty 20s all around.
That's a hit.
So that's 12 slashing, and how's it looking?
So as you drive past Nova, this thing's still attached to her face with its fingertips. You thrust out through the window again and again, and finally that last thrust catches it right in whatever would be a normal person's heart. And as you pull back, it falls away and flaps into the wind and then vanishes.
And in an almost like super dad move, he's going to try to like arm Lily and Nova into the corner of the Vardo to make sure
number 8
to see if anything's coming at them. He wants to be within proximity to do something about it.
Basically preparing to sentinel.
Preparing sentinel, yes. And if you give me another free action, he'll just glance again at Tanis.
He scratches his beard and says, "Good work, Riordan."
It's beneath him to respond.
All right, Vasari, it's your turn.
Just so I'm aware, we've got 4 on Rokon. They're all the ones inside the Vardo are...
You've got 2 on Rokon. All of the ones inside the Vardo have been dealt with. And there are a number of them that are blinking closer to you.
Well, you know, fucking... Why is this always a problem whenever I hang out with Nova? These things never hang... I'm blaming you.
I like to live life dangerously.
I know how dangerous you like to live.
It's called fun. I like to live life to the funnest.
Only a Kender.
I remember fun involved alcohol and 2 jailbreaks. I remember your definition of fun. And she's gonna whistle loudly again and cast Shatter at this group that's coming closer to them at 3rd level or 4th level again.
Okay.
Because she's still pissed about Riordan breaking her house. Which is a much better. 27. And it's a DC 18.
18. So 1 of them succeeds and 3 of them fail.
I just realized I didn't make my constitution check to hold up my concentration for haste. I'm gonna do that now.
You do have... Oh yeah, I mean, that's a fail. We'll still call it. I should have caught it.
I just don't want to hear in the YouTube later that I'm a cheaterson, so check out YouTube, everybody.
Yeah.
And she's gonna whistle, and then she's going to, because we already said that there's a window in the top of the Vardo, she's going to glance down at Riordan and say, "You're very good with that sword. Might put it to a little bit more use, wouldn't you? Don't worry about what's going on inside. There are more things to kill out here."
Do you have any orange slices?
No, but if you want some extra crush, you can come join us.
Very weak all of a sudden.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm so sorry.
He really needs his vitamin C.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see if I've got some orange slices.
Visaria. Visaria,
Reardon
what else
gets-
would you...
Reardon gets that bonus, that bardic inspiration.
Bardic inspiration.
Can she free action just glance ahead of them and see if there's anything coming in front of them?
Nothing in front. You know that there's 2 attached to Rookone up in the front of the Vardo. You can see that more are flickering and appearing at the edge of the ridge from which you've just started the descent.
Okay, but she's kind of keeping the ones that are trailing them actively slightly at bay.
That's right. Her shatter forces a couple of them back. It doesn't destroy any of them, but it does smash right into the center of them.
Yeah, that's what she's doing at the moment.
Great. Make me a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage because now you're on a descent.
I'm going to use one of my inspirations for that
Okay.
because 23 for the straight roll.
You are able to again stay locked on the back of your Vardo, even as it hitches up, like the back of the Vardo actually leaves the ground and then lands with a thud. One of the wheels almost breaks. You can kind of, as you're looking down, see that it's a little off of its axle now, but you managed to hold on.
I think it looks a lot like a floor routine in gymnastics at this point. Less actually maintaining contact and more using the bouncing to give her position on the top of the Vardo.
Excellent. All right, Honoria, it's your turn. You're up front with Rookone.
Feeling the concentration and the lack of tether to my magic and to Reardon, realizing he's in a bad spot right now, I am going to put down my spell book and pull out a very different one. And I'm going to put my hands on it and begin casting. And I send the energy of Disintegrate into this book.
What's this spell book look like?
I believe I actually haven't had a full description of it, so I'm just gonna go with what I think is best. It
I'll find
is
a picture.
Lisa Frank
pop
folder?
it into chat.
Yeah.
A Lisa Frank folder?
Not quite, but it is gonna allow me to do something that I have never done before as a player, and I'm pretty excited.
So who are you targeting? You're casting Disintegrate?
I'm casting it into Fistandantalus's spellbook so that I may gain the power of Tensor's transformation, and I endow myself with endurance and martial prowess fueled by magic. Until the spell ends, I can't cast spells, but I do gain the following benefits. I get 50 temporary hit points. I get advantage on attack rolls with simple and martial weapons. When you hit a target with a weapon attack, the target takes extra 2d12 force, proficiency in a bunch of stuff, con and saving throws, and yep. After I am done casting that, I am going to get up on top of the Vardo, and I am going to grab Absolution from Reardon, and I will get ready to swing. You're weak and there ain't shit you can do about it.
Are you gonna let Honoria take Absolution out of your hands, Riordan?
You better. I've got no other sword, dude.
I mean, technically Tanis has a sword.
I have a
Lily,
scimitar that I'm not
Lily
using.
Lily has a dagger. She has your dagger.
Do you want a boomerang of returning? I got one of them.
Yeah, Tia.
I don't think that's a simple. Okay, you have the scimitar. Can I reach through the curtains and grab that? Then isn't that from the Queen from way back in your origin episode?
I also have a short sword.
With the time fuckery that happened, it's just a normal scimitar now.
Okay.
But it's
Sure.
right next to my butt.
I will take that, and that is my action. Unfortunately, there's nothing else I can do until
Nova
that's
looks on it with intense jealousy.
Oh, hun, you do not have to worry about that ship.
So I want imagine this.
evil
Let's
right now.
because basically what you're doing is you're creating like a power magic suit that makes you super strong.
I
right?
am
That's-
Iron Man for the next little bit. I also, I believe, still would keep my 3 mirror images of myself because I cast it before.
Yeah.
And it's non-concentration.
Yeah, it's non-concentration, so that's true. This spell is concentration. All right,
Yes.
so you transform and you run to the back with Rookon's scimitar in hand, ready to deal with whatever comes. Glowing magnificently, your hair flying through the wind, a magical suit of energy around you. That's your turn.
If she wants to come up, can I like reach down and pull her up?
But do you want to go up to the roof?
I thought about it because I was going to take Greg's sword, but he's not going to let me. So I think I probably will hold where I am because I want to be closer to Lily. I also want to keep her safe since Reardon can't do it.
Wow. All right.
Not the only one who can throw shade. It ain't beneath me, buddy.
So it's their turn now, and the two that are on Rook-Own, they vanish and they reappear. Now they are on the back. One of them's on the back of one of the horses, and one of them is underneath the other horse, and they both attack the horses. All right. One of them has to make 2 Constitution saving throws. Fails. One of them has to make 1 Constitution saving throw. It fails. So Rook-Own, all of a sudden you are freed. You are 45 feet up on this hill. These things leave you. You feel no longer that pull of energy being ripped from you in different directions. And then you see them on the horses. And the horses, their mane grows lighter instantaneously. You can see them begin to shake. You can hear a whimper from one of them, and then both horses collapse. Their hearts explode, and everything begins to fall. Meanwhile, the others appear at the top of the ridge, and they form a perfect circle. They're not clumped together. It's a large circle. It's about 50 feet. Imagine in the air, just standing there, all of their pinpoint white eyes looking down at you as the Vardo begins to fall. I need everyone to make me dexterity saving throws.
Okay.
Cool.
Don, it says I'm still allowed to make saving throws. I just can't do actions. Correct?
Yes.
I'm not stunned. I'm just weak. I'm just tired. Right?
You're just tired. That's right.
Oh, no.
Natural 20. Who the fuck you telling can't take care of Lily?
You can stay on your feet. Happy for you, bro.
Once again, horses are Honoria's bane.
Oh, man. Why is it always the horses?
All right.
Yeah, I didn't do so hot either. I'm just a little, like, Kinder ping pong ball inside of this Vardo right now.
So, before we get back up to the top of the round, Rook-Own, you have a reaction here. I'll give you a shot to try to do something to better the situation, but it can't be a full action. It has to be a split-second thing, and you just started raging.
I don't think Billy can hear right now. He's having tech issues with his headset. So.
Oh, no. Okay. I still want to give him a shot.
Yeah.
Super cool. Time rates. Everything. It's going to be fine. Really not pulling the punches today, Don, buddy. How?
We're running out of sessions.
Well, we're about to die, so now's a really good time to check out Die Hard Dice. Use code Tales from the Grim. Good times.
They're so pretty.
They are really pretty. I still have my gold ones, and they haven't gotten any wear and tear, and I use them in games outside of this one too. I love them.
Yeah.
Edelyn, who did you want to give that to? Please don't say Dawn.
Please don't.
This is fine.
We'll all be fine.
I realized that I haven't cast Identify on that time crystal, and I'm really kicking myself in the ass for it now.
Everyone not done?
Everyone not done.
So that's another advantage for everybody, inspiration for everybody.
Oh, good. Goody, because I don't think Honoria has ever swung a sword in her life. So I'm gonna need all the help I can get.
I think maybe... Billy, is your headset back yet, bud? Maybe we can go to a short break here, give him a shot to get his headset back, and then we'll go to part 2.
Sounds good. Yeah, we'll be right back, everybody. Stay tuned.
So the two horses die. Rookon, you see them die, and they collapse, and all of a sudden, the wagon, the Vardo, jumps. It hits the wheels, the front wheels hit the horses. One of the wheels breaks, and it begins to tumble, and you have just a moment, a reaction's worth, not a full action's worth, to try to do something to better the situation.
Can I tell what wheel broke?
It's the front left wheel.
Okay, so, and so the wooden mechanics, like, I would have seen all those breaks once the horses went under the wagon.
That's right.
With the race still attached.
See the wood, the shattering wood spray up, like, towards your face.
Okay. At that point, instantaneously let go of the reins and leap down to the side of the Vardo where the wheel broke in the front. And in terms of things to hold onto to pull, are there any remnants of the wooden part attached to the horse that I can grab onto?
Half of the axle is still there. I mean, if you want to try to grab onto it, are you going to try to run this thing down the hill?
Bet your ass I am.
Oh my gosh.
All right, make me an athletics check, Rookon.
Advantage because of raging.
Mm-hmm.
30.
So, for a second, all of you go airborne. Riordan, you smash up into the top of the Vardo. Visaria, I need you to make me a second dexterity saving throw because you are on top of the Vardo. And it feels like the Vardo is going to flip, and then all of a sudden it straightens out just a little bit. It's a very, very bumpy ride. As Rookon, you were running this thing down the hill in place of one of its wheels and pumping your legs as fast as you possibly can to keep up with the speeding wheel of the other side.
I'm going to use an inspiration on
All right, this is your last inspiration.
I got one more left.
Oh yeah, we just got one.
Not 20.
And just like before, you go into the air, your legs kick up straight. You're perpendicular to the back of the Vardo, and then you lay yourself back down flat and stay on top of it. Visaria, you will take no damage. Everyone else will take half damage if they fail their saving throw, which was Honoria and Nova, because Rookon managed to keep it from being as bad as it could have been. So you will take, Honoria and Nova, you take 13 bludgeon damage. That's their turn. Rookon, it's your turn. You can use your action and make another athletics check to try to make it down to the bottom of this hill.
Yeah, absolutely. That exact thing.
But you do lose. You will lose. Oh no, because that was your reaction. You still have your rage going.
Mm-hmm. So, kind of like on like the crook of my neck, and with like my body at an angle, pushing up into the Vardo and trying to like run on the side of the cliff like a crazy ass angle, trying to heave my shoulder into the Vardo and progress it forward down the hill.
All right, make that athletics check.
17.
You make it halfway down the hill when finally the other wheel, because it's pulling just a little bit faster than you and the force of your body trying to keep up and pushing against the Vardo, pulls back, breaks off. I need everyone, including Rookon, to make me a dexterity saving throw.
I'm gonna use inspiration.
And Rookon, I will allow you to use your reaction to try something else to problem solve in the heat of the moment to make this not be as bad as it could be.
Natural 20, Don.
I saw.
How did you get 2 natural 20s and I got 2 natural ones? What the fuck?
So using the force that he's generated into the Vardo, he wants to duck his head and slide underneath the entire front of the Vardo to Atlas this motherfucker back up.
So you're trying to hitch it on your shoulders and keep running?
Yep.
All right, make me one more athletics check.
19.
You are able to do so, so this will only be half damage. For those who failed, which again is Nova and Noria. Oh, and Rokon, you failed too. So this is actually painful to do this. It's going to be 9 bludgeon damage to the 3 of you.
That's halved because I'm raging.
Mm-hmm.
And it keeps your rage going.
And it keeps your rage going.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, so Rokon, despite both wheels breaking, you get underneath the Vardo. All of you can actually feel the angle, the steep angle that you're at, raise a little bit with his height, and you run the Vardo all the way down to the bottom of the hill. And once you get to the flat of the hill, your 19 is not enough to keep it from completely flipping, and it does onto its side. And the left side of the Vardo's walls on the inside shatter against the ground. All of you are thrown against the side. Some of you take damage. The Vardo is no longer moving. But you have reached the bottom of the hill now. That's the end of your turn, Rokon. Nova.
Yep. I'm just gonna pull myself off of this splattered Vardo. Like, that one wasn't me! I'm gonna say to Visaria. And, is there some way I can pull myself out of this Vardo?
Yeah, so you can climb right out the back. The back is still open.
Okay.
It's flat now. It's vertical or horizontal with the land.
I'll hop out the back, run out the back. What do I see? Are those, is that still big ring of time race there?
There's a big ring of time wraiths up at the top of this ridge, and all of them seem to be looking down at you. And as you look up, they flicker out of existence and flicker back into existence, and now all of them are touching hands.
Oh, nope, not having this. All right. I am going to check, see that Rokon's alive. Just peek around the corner. And I'm gonna fireball him. Is it 2 points of inspiration to do max damage, Don?
It is.
Yes.
And you can hit 3 of these creatures with 1 fireball.
Sure. Less linked
Because
up, the better.
they've spread out. Yeah.
Yeah, because
So
it's got a
they're gonna make their
50-foot
saving
diameter.
throw.
40 foot diameter. So.
All right. So a 19, a 27, and a 9.
The 2 will succeed, 1 will not. I guess I just get to math it because I don't have to roll because I'm doing max damage. Doing this one at, let's see how many charges I have left on this wand of fireballs. 1, 2. Yeah, let's just do it at 5th level. So that's going to be 8, 9, 10, so 60 points of damage.
All right. It obliterates one of them, but the other 2 are still holding hands.
Okay, and as my bonus action, I'ma use my boots of winding path and just back into the Vardo.
Okay. You run out, blast up into this circle. You manage to destroy one of them. They re-link up where that one was
and
missing.
when I pop back in, I go, so they're linking hands and holding hands and it's not good, but I got the, one of the 3 on the left. There's 2 more that are probably pretty bad. Just saying, if you had to target somebody, I'd go for one of those 2.
All right. I see what looks like your concentration check.
Yeah, and even with advantage on that, it still drops, so I'm no longer Iron Wizard. I am back to being Henoria. Didn't even get to use it. Feels bad, man. Immediately after the spell ends, I need to make a Constitution saving throw or suffer over exhaustion. I'm going to use one of my inspirations. I still fail.
Oh no. All right, Riordan, it's your turn.
I'm not sure if Riordan would be able to do this, but if he could, he would have, when the Vardo hit its side, he would have sheltered Lily as much as he could have, but his entire, I'm assuming this is still the turn where he's spent, so he's just going to sit there and he's going to look at Lily. Stay close to the wizard. Go. And then that's all he can do.
She is digging through the rubble in the crash, and she pulls out Shadow, the wolf, who's trapped under a piece of, maybe it was desk or some sort of wooden furniture that shattered. And the wolf nuzzles her in her face, and she turns towards you. She gives you a knowing nod. She pulls Shadow out of the wreckage and starts to pull him towards Honoria.
And then narratively, as soon as mechanically his turn is over, he would be, I'm ready to sentinel if anything gets close.
All right. Visaria, it's your turn.
Visaria looks around. She's very angry. She's very upset. This was a gift. This was a gift, but it can be fixed. Everything can be fixed. And she's not having any of this, and she's tired of fighting with stuff that keeps blinking in and out, and she doesn't like crappy circles like this. So she literally stands up from where she did a backflip and managed to maintain herself on top of the Vardo as it crashed, and stands up and in the middle of the Vardo spins the ring her mother gave her one more time and says out loud to everyone that can hear, "Hold on, this might be a little bit of a bumpy ride." Woo! Cast teleportation circle from the ring.
Oh, hell yeah! Hell yeah!
You're
muted.
All right, so teleportation circle. Where is she taking them?
She's taking them to the circle that she is closest to where they are going.
Okay.
Theoretically. Away from the farthest one, away from here, closest to where they are going.
So as she makes this wish, as she makes this command, 10-foot circle on the ground inscribed with sigils appears, and these sigils glow with a light that shoots up into the sky. There's a shimmering portal that enters within the circle. That portal stays open, and you can all choose to move through it if you wish, until the spell ends.
She would probably have cast it down because she's standing on the Vardo, so she just it straight, like literally
Perfect.
Put her hand down, like kneel down and put it on top of the Vardo and cast straight down and take everything with her. And say,
Take the Vardo remains. Just
I can fix. Nova's gonna fix this. She owes me. She's going to fix this.
I'll fix it.
All right, and Visaria vanishes. Honoria, you have been rocked by this crash. You feel exhausted. Your spell has been broken. All the power that you had felt a few moments before ripped away from you, just like so many other times in your life.
Yeah. Do I see that portal? Do I see what I would hopefully recognize as a teleportation circle?
Yeah, you don't need to make a roll to know that this is a teleportation circle.
Man, how heavy is Lily? Is there any chance I'm going to be able to pick her up and make a run for it?
She's running towards you. Lily actually managed her saving throws pretty well.
Of course she did.
Was there anyone still in the Vardo when I took it with me?
Oh yeah, wouldn't it just go? I don't think you can take the Vardo with you with teleportation because there's a certain
people.
limit on it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
She would go,
So they all
have
have to step out of the Vardo and drop down into the portal, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess if I cast Fly on me and Lily and Raccoon, since I can see him, everybody can get there really quickly. So I will do
right
that.
There.
Yeah.
It's 5 feet. I mean,
You
like,
shouldn't have to cast Fly. It's like right there.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll
you
just
can
grab
just drop.
Lily
You
and
can
run.
just. Yeah,
Definitely do it.
it's. You can grab her if you want and pull her with you. I'll let you do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Because it's only 5 feet away, you have plenty enough movement speed to do that, and she's running towards you, so she's holding on to the scruff of Shadow, the wolf's neck. You grab her, she pulls Shadow along with you, and you're able to get all 3 of you into the portal and drop.
Okay, good.
Is there anything else you want to do before you?
The only thing I could think
through?
of is look for anything valuable in the Vardo that could help us in what we're trying to do, but I think that's like a split-second decision, so...
I'll let you, you still have an action, so I'll let you make a perception check if you'd like.
I'm scared. And tired.
And all you see is dust, the rubble of the rocky ground rising, the blowing sand of the desert that you now stand in front of, and you can't make out anything of value.
Well, goodbye, Vardo. Sorry.
You pull Lily and Shadow through the portal. That is your turn. Riordan, you're standing in the back of the Bardo, right? Like looking up, ready. Nova, you would see this as well. The shapes that form a circle begin to join.
Oh.
At first, their smiling faces vanish, then their pinpoint eyes until it's just a black circle. And through that black circle, you can see a larger shape now. Both of you, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, this is probably not great. I'm gonna use inspiration on that wisdom save. Okay. I need a help I can get with that one. 11.
All right, Riordan, wisdom saving throw.
Inspiration. 16.
Riordan, you can't make out anything in the shadow, the gigantic shadow's shape beyond just a smile. But Nova, for a second, you see Synthal's face, large, looming, and smiling down at you.
You broke her Varda, you bitch!
That shape flickers and reappears now down at the bottom of the hill, right in front of the Bardo. Master Riordan, you have a ready to attack. I'll let you attack it if you like.
I'm in melee now with it?
This thing is on the ground, on its knees. It's about 30 feet tall, but it's on its knees, and its hand is stretched out.
Yeah, that ain't good at all. Is it flickering? Do I do this at disadvantage or advantage? Or regular?
This is a disadvantage.
Just get in the car. Just get in the go.
I'm just
grab me and run.
This is my ready to action. I can't move. This is just an action.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
So I'm just going to attack regular here because I have 1 inspiration left. Natural 1.
So you slash up at the hand, but it's just before you hit it, it flickers, and then the creature is a few feet away from you, and then it flickers forward, and it's right next to you again. It's going to attack each of you. Cool. So this is Riordan. This is Nova.
Cool.
So that is going to be a 27 and a 22.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Let me check.
All right.
Yeah, you hit.
Go ahead. So you both take 28 psychic damage.
Okay.
And you are grappled and restrained. So when this thing reappears, its large hands are around each one of you. You can attempt to escape on your turn.
Okay.
That's its turn. Rokon, it's your turn. You had brought this thing down to the ground. You've crashed the Bardo, but kept it from being as bad as it could, and you're just now starting to climb up out of the rubble. You see the flashing lights of the runes. You see on the other side of the Vardo, on the ground, the portal appear, and then you see this looming massive shadow appear right behind and grab Riordan and Nova.
All right, so like from the distance of like me, Vardo, portal thing, what's the distance between Shadow McGrapple Dick?
15 feet.
Okay, so I'm going to, and I see this. So he's gonna stand up, grab onto the Vardo, lean back, and launch himself into the air, and attempt to, mid-air, take his shield out, and then hit the shadow thing with his shield.
You're using your special attack?
Yeah.
All right. Do you have that? Can you throw that up in chat?
Yeah, sure can.
All right. Strength saving throw. It fails. So go ahead and roll 40-10 for damage.
Hey.
However, I also need strength saving throws from Nova and Riordan.
Okay.
34 damage, not a bad roll.
That's a good roll.
24
not to go
Dawn.
to sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna use my inspiration to
All
give
right.
me maybe a shot. Natural 20! Holy shit. That's good.
All right. And do they take half damage, or is that? No, they don't. So this is extremely successful, Rooko. And you slam your shield into the ground, and the vibrations, the sound rings out with the metal of your shield against the rock. This thing flickers out of existence, and it can't be stunned. It can't be knocked prone, but you do push it back. And as it flickers back into existence, Riordan and Nova are no longer in its grasp.
All right, and then so in terms of actions I have left, are we side by side? Are they in front of me? Are they behind me?
All three of you are basically at the back of the wreck right now.
And in reference to the portal?
Yeah, the portal's just off the wreck. You could jump into it if you wanted to.
Can I like spread my arms out and use my size and run towards the portal? Not necessarily trying to grapple them, but use my momentum to shove them.
Was that your bonus action, or was that an action? It was a bonus action, right?
Yeah, bonus action.
Yep. Yeah.
So I will let you grab one of them with your action and pull them with you, but you can't grab them both with one action.
Can I? Well, if that was my bonus action, can I use my attack, which is 2 attacks, and grapple both of them and see if they'd be willing to let me do that?
You can grapple me any day, Raccoon.
Yeah. They have to be willing to let you grapple them and pull them.
Let me get my athletics checks with advantage out of the way now. 21, a 31 towards Riordan and a 20 towards Nova.
So you're going to try to force Riordan.
Yeah.
Is Riordan going to fight?
Hell no! I don't have orange slices. I'm tired.
Riordan,
I'm old.
Riordan, roll me a perception check.
It's my speciality. 16. That's terribly strong.
As you kind of feel yourself be freed from this grasp before it could really drain all of the life out of you, you see Rookon barrel towards you, and over his shoulder in the front of the wreck, you see Tana's half-elven digging through the wreck, and you see an arm, a woman's arm.
Then he will fight.
All right, make me that athletics check.
21.
It's not enough. So you are grappled, and Rookon can pull you through. I'll let you guys roleplay this out, but Rookon, you have the ability to pull them both through the portal with you.
So I'm raging, and my instinct is to protect my friends, so I stunned this guy so he would let you go, and this is us getting to safety.
Rook, let me go! The general!
I have Nova in one arm, and I'm grabbing onto a pauldron, and as he marches forward, as he goes into this dimension, as he slips into something else, like halfway through, his skull gets through as the words sink in, and whether or not it registers for him to let go, it doesn't matter as his momentum goes through the portal.
You gonna give me something, Dom, before I go through?
Absolutely.
He casts Death Ward on Lorana.
What's that? How does he do that? What is that like?
It's what they did on the battlefield. He salutes. And as he brings absolution up, he kisses the pommel and stares down the blade at the arm. And he sends whatever he can to his general.
All right. Sir Riordan, please make me an intelligence saving throw.
You still have inspiration.
Oh yeah, you do. Do you want to use your inspiration or you want to save it?
I guess I'll use it. D10.
Is it a D8?
D10.
D10.
20 dirty.
When you pass through the portal, you have a sensation that's similar to one you've had before. You can see this large shape already beginning to flicker again, and then you see a different place. You see woodland area. You see the Vardo. You see your allies still together, but outside of the Vardo, you see Honoria raising her arms, beginning to cast a spell at this giant creature, the same one, but in a different place and a different time. You see yourself there, just a few feet away from you. And then you see a flicker and a dwarven ghost appears. He turns slowly away from the other you and stares at the massive wraith. Then the ghost turns back and begins to run straight towards the other Riordan. You recognize the ghost as Kelvin Stonewarden. You fought beside him in the Battle of Throttle. You fought beside him against the mountain that walks. Kelvin doesn't stop running. He reaches your other side, your other Riordan's side, grits his teeth and whispers in a string of words. And because you're just a little further away, you can't hear all of them. He begins to flicker in and out of existence, just like those wraiths. But you can make out the final plea. The half-elf must. And then Kelvin flickers again.
Then
he
as
reappears.
As Riordan is being pulled through all of this, he becomes desperate as he sees his old friend, and he would just start yelling, "Kelvin, save her! Save her!" as he gets pulled away, knowing the power that Kelvin has.
You don't see him again. He's gone, and then you're gone too. And you all reappear together. You're through the portal now. You're in the Ivory Desert. And the sands of the desert are the color of bleached bone, left out far too long in the relentless sun. You can see the way ahead of you is endless, that you can tell, Visaria and Nova, you would be familiar with this location. It's a waypoint of sorts. You would know that it's actually a short distance to an oasis. About half the way through the desert, this portal has taken you to the north end, where lies the White Rose. So you know that the desert's not endless, but from here it looks endless. And as soon as you appear in it, you can already feel your clothes and your armor sticking to your body with sweat.
Home, sweet home.
The Bardo does not come with you, but neither does the creature.
Does Tanis or Lorana come through?
They haven't yet.
Is it still open?
Let's see. It doesn't stay open long. Let me see here.
It's an action to cast.
Yeah, it's an action to cast and stays open for 6 seconds, basically. So by the time you get through, you have to choose. If you go back through, you're not coming back.
Is Rook still holding on to him?
Yeah, let's describe the scene. Rookon, you pull Nova and Riordan through.
So there was a moment, there was a second of realization where the words were able to sink in through his skull, and he looks back, and the bloodshot eyes of rage and the furrowed brow turns back and catches Riordan's eyes, and they soften as he realizes what he's done, and all of the motion, all of Riordan's emotion sinks into his face, and he lets go of Nova into the sands, plants a foot, furrows his brow again with Riordan in tow, shifts direction, and attempts to go back through the portal.
You're going to try to go back? Is anybody going to stop him? Is anybody going to follow him? Because this is a split-second decision.
I'm gonna stop him.
How are you going to stop him?
I have a very important question.
Did you let go? You let go of Riordan?
Not. I'm going back into the portal with you.
With Riordan?
Yeah.
Could reduce him.
There's one thing I want to check first.
Yeah, I'm checking my spell. I'm not gonna haste him. That would be the opposite of what I want. For grease. Fuck, I don't have anything good prepared for today for that. It's all get away stuff and fire. I'm just gonna ankle grab him. Try to stop him that way.
You can make a grappling attack if you like.
I will.
So opposed to athletics.
I don't think I'm gonna get another nat 20 on it.
He's no longer raging, so he doesn't have advantage on this.
He's no longer...
Grappling attacks count as attacks.
Oh, I don't know. I had to save.
Right. You're still raging. You're always raging.
Same thing, yeah.
Anybody else?
Is Riordan gonna make it through?
Yeah, I've got it. I've got the path clear, but Riordan is going to see what his brother is doing, and he is going to trip him. And as he does,
with his sword,
the flat end of his sword, and as he does, he is going to say, "See them home," and jump through.
Before he does so, can Visaria do something if she sees them starting to go through this portal?
You all have a chance. You all have 6 seconds. So you all have. I'm giving you all one action. So right now, I've got Nova's ankle grab.
Because she's the first person that came through, so she's behind everyone else. And if she sees Riordan and Raccoon turn and look towards the portal and realize that they're waiting, she's gonna cast Minor Illusion as if Tanis is walking through the portal.
Tanis alone?
Tannis carrying something through the portal. It's a portal. You might be distorted in the vision.
This is getting twisty. All right, what is that? A wisdom saving throw for?
No, it's not. It's just an illusion. It's there.
I'm rolling something.
It's a silent.
Yeah,
I'm rolling something.
I mean, she'll cast silent image that it's coming through the portal of Tannis carrying a person.
I think with the let's see, I got this. I think he can, if he wants to discern whether or not it's real or not.
Yeah, he has to
make a. I think it's wisdom.
Insight check or intelligence
investigation check against your spell save DC.
Okay.
There we go.
Investigation.
Yeah. It's an 18 that he needed.
So, Riordan, you see, it looks like Tannis is coming through the portal with a figure in their arm.
He will rush to meet him.
Can I make it look like he trips and falls sideways?
Yes.
As if he trips off the path of the teleportation circle and ends up somewhere else?
So it's something confusing would happen.
Yeah, exactly. Like he trips and then falls into the portal.
He slips. All right, Riordan.
Does he get to him?
You can get into the portal. He's still like, this image is still like in the portal.
Then he'd go in the portal.
All right. Is anybody else doing anything?
Did he trip me?
Oh yeah, he still has to try to make your trip attack. Great.
Do you want to do it? Is this athletics, or what do you want to? How do you want to do this, Don?
If you want to use your weapon, then you can make a weapon attack and use a superiority die, or you can make an athletics check.
18 and the superiority die. 23.
I mean, that hits my armor class. Is it contested against?
He has to make a strength saving throw. Right? It's a strength saving throw for the trip attack.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
So Rookon, you're not tripped. You're able to hold on to Riordan and go through with him. And I'll give Honoria one. If Honoria is doing something, I'll give you a chance too. Are you gonna let go after he tells you to let go, or are you not gonna let go, Rookon?
You can go back through teleportation circles. They're not one way.
I thought they were one way.
I thought they were one way as well.
Oh goodness.
And that was the sound closer.
I just don't want to have to do what I might have to do. I want the rules to save me. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. First gain access.
Greg can hate the D&D rules forever, not me.
Greg can hate me. It's fine. Greg can hate me.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I'm sure there's some errata, but I say this is open for interpretation, and I like that it can go both ways.
Cool. If Riordan makes it through the portal, I use my bonus action, Sapat to Bergeron, and cast Misty Step to go with him.
Ooh. All right. So, Rookon, are you holding on? Are you going through the portal, or are you letting go to look after the others?
Raging, so when I commit to something, it's committed. So I still have my mitt on his pauldron as we walk through the portal.
Nova, are you holding on to
I don't think with
ankle?
an 8 that happened, probably. It's kind of like...
you're not able to hold him back, but if you want him to drag you with him, I'll let that happen.
Gosh, 16
That's your choice.
HP. something with Shadow. Oh, but there's Lily on this side with Shadow, right?
Lily and Shadow are on your side. 3 people have just walked back through. Lily is not walking back through.
It's me, Lily, and Visaria right now, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Somebody's got to look after the goddamn kid. So Nova will stay, and Rook does have a buddy bag. So she's going to write a very strongly worded note. But she's gonna stay for Lily.
All right.
If Lily wasn't on this side, she'd definitely be hanging on to that ankle.
All right, Visaria, are you staying back as well? Are you running?
Nope. She's gonna do something a little awkward.
What's that?
She's going to have that silent image move through Riordan and appear on the other side.
So he feels Tanis pass through him. You feel this spectral image pass through you, this light show go through you. Does that stop Riordan?
No.
Riordan's in full control of his movement either.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me just pull up this other music again.
Why do you have to have a conscience, Riordan?
Nova and Visaria, unless Visaria is running through the portal. Does she run through the portal?
No! She's here to help these people do what they need to do. She helped the people, and now and she's like, looks at Nova.
Damn adventures. As we cut away from Nova, Lily, Shadow, and Visaria, Honoria, Rookone, and Riordan, you all appear on the other side of this portal, right where you stopped, and then the portal vanishes a moment after you pass through it. You stand amidst this ruin, and this giant wraith holds up in either hand, one hand gripping Tanis Half-Elven, and one hand gripping Lorana the Golden General. We are back in initiative. And we will say, well, let's stay in the same initiative order we had before. So Rookone. No, let's go ahead and roll a new initiative. It's been long enough. Give me some initiative, guys.
Does that mean that my mirror image is down now then? It lasts for a minute. It's a minute.
It has not been a minute.
Okay.
It's been a very intense 12 seconds.
Okay.
That's right. All right. And then 6. So it's going to be Honoria, Rook, and Riordan. So Honoria, you're first. You misty step into the portal. You appear on the other side. Right behind you, Riordan and Rookone appear. You see this large, massive wraith. You see Tanis in one arm held and Lorana in the other, about 15 feet up off the ground, each of them. And it's your turn.
I am going to, as my free action, look at Riordan and like death glare at him, and then reach into my robes and pull out the time crystal and hold it up high so that they can see it. Come and get it. And I start casting Saya Balkan Elder, and I'm going to cast Honoria's Minor Time Sphere, which looks like an advanced version of the minor time split that I cast. Instead of it being a very easy hand motion, it's a much wider and slower and intricate clock that appears in front of her and then kind of swirls around, Doctor Strange-like, if you can imagine that, and envelops her in a circle as she can then puts it back up and that will be her action.
All right, so this Doctor Strange-esque time sphere appears. It's a 30-foot diameter. It's like a sphere that rises up off the ground, and it kind of globes around the three of you. The Wraith and Tanis and Lorana are on the outside of the sphere, but you do see the Wraith's eyes. Its head was looking down before at Tanis and Lorana. Now its head is turned, and it's smiling towards Honoria and the crystal she holds.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Rokon, it's your turn.
If you leave the sphere, you take 5d8 psychic damage, Tia.
Yeah, I've been holding on to that one for a little while. But I don't want to die, so...
Now, is it like right on the outside? So would I be able to attack the Wraith and still be inside the sphere, or is it...
You have to make a choice. You'd have to leave the sphere to attack the Wraith, or you could ready an action for if it tries to enter. You're not affected by the chrono magic currently, like you're not slowed or anything, but basically everything on the outside of the sphere looks like it's moving very slowly. You can see the wind blowing, and you can actually see the wind blowing.
I still have my movement. I could move with you towards them. Put them inside of the sphere, because the sphere stays with me.
I mean, complete your turn. I'm not gonna try to...
I'll let you move together if the three of you want to link up your movement actions, but if you move and this creature enters into the sphere, then it doesn't get the penalties. It has to move into the sphere.
Okay. I will... Yeah, no, I guess I'll just stay holding the time crystal, hoping that they'll take the bait. This is what they're here for. They're not here for Tanis or Lorana. They need this shiny rock.
All right.
All right.
So, all of this stuff happens. This type of magic, this essence is completely new to Rokon, so he's kind of taken aback at first. So, his eyes will kind of retreat to this animal state, and he'll punch the sand and rest on his knuckles a little bit, and he'll take his horns and drive them into his delt to draw blood, and he'll take in a fresh breath of air, stimulating and fueling this rage even further, and he'll hunker down in front of Honoria and like guard dog mode and hold his action.
Okay. Riordan, it's your turn.
Riordan charges out to get to Lorana.
All right. You will take 5d8 psychic damage as you exit the sphere. 17 psychic damage.
Oh, let's go with your roll. Your roll's great. Great.
Whoever gets there first. That's keepsies. All right, so you charge out. She's 15 feet up in the air. How are you trying to get her out of this thing's grasp?
When he gets there, he's going to leap and try to bring absolution down on the wrist or whatever it is of this thing.
So we'll call it a leap. Give me an athletics check.
19.
What's your max speed there?
My maximum is what, 30? 30?
It's 30. Yeah, we'll say you're able to jump up enough that you can attack this thing's wrist.
Okay. So yeah, using the length of the greatsword to kind of augment his own reach, he's going to bring that down and strike with absolution. I'm going
disadvantage on this attack.
Yeah, I'm going to use one inspiration here to make it a regular roll.
Okay.
16.
16 does not hit.
Okay. Can he has 3 attacks. Can I go again? Is this something I can do quickly, or?
Yeah, I'll let you use, I'll say you've used your movement. I'll let you use your bonus action to jump again. Make me another athletics check.
10.
I'll let you make this attack, but in addition to disadvantage, the armor class will be increased.
Nope, I'm using my last inspiration on this to make it a regular roll.
Okay.
Nope.
12 is not enough. So it's just out of your reach. I mean, you are stretching as far as you can. You jump twice into the air. You just can't quite get there.
Then with the 3rd attack, he's going to attack its leg or whatever is closest to him.
You can do that. Yeah.
Natural 20. Oh, it's 16, which is still a miss, right?
It's a miss.
Oh, I'm fighting my party tonight, everybody, and shadows.
So, Riordan, you struggle against this thing for a couple of moments. It's its turn. Let's see. I'm going to roll 1d2 because it's going to let go of one of them. On a 1, it lets go of Tanis. On a 2, it lets go of Lorana. Tanis drops from its grasp as it flickers out of form. He falls to the ground, taking 10 falling damage. And then this thing flickers closer and closer, and when it appears the 3rd time, its hand is reaching into the time sphere towards Honoria. It only gets 1 attack because your spell keeps it from being able to use multi-attacks.
It gets 1 movement or 1 attack, so if it's inside and it's moving, does that count as its movement action?
It's actually a bonus action for it to move, to teleport, so it doesn't use movement.
Okay.
Does it get bonus actions though? You may only use 1 bonus action.
Bonus action movement. Yeah.
No, so it appears in the time sphere, but it's frozen there. Its hand is outstretched. The one that had just grasped Tanis, it still has Lorana in the other hand, but it's frozen there. It is Lorana's turn. Rookone, actually, you can use I'll let you use your held action to attack its outstretched hand.
Absolutely. Let's leap up and try to gore it. Can I is there enough distance to dash goring rush, or
not with the held action? You can just make a regular. Yeah.
Okay. Now I started within the sphere. Can I do 2 attacks?
Yeah. If you have extra attack, you can make 2 attacks.
All right, 17 on the first one.
17 is just a hit.
And 22 on the second.
That's a hit.
And is there any advantage on this at all with for the sneak attack? No. 10 on the first one, 11 on the second one.
Are you raging right now?
Yeah. So I'm I was doing that thing to maintain it.
Yeah. So 13 and 14. Is that 27 total?
It's 10 and 11. That's with. Oh yeah, 13, 14. Yep.
Cool.
And then I can Tavern Brawler grapple. When I hit a creature with an unarmed strike, I can use a bonus action to attempt to grapple it.
You're going to try to grapple this thing?
I'm not good at anything else.
Okay.
All right. So contested athletics.
It's not your turn, actually. I don't think you can use this feat as a held action.
It's just a held action. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm definitely not going to do that ever again, so don't think I'm going to do that, Dom.
That's what you're going to do in like 3 seconds. All right, it's Lorana's turn. So you strike this thing twice. Its hand doesn't budge. It doesn't move. But you do feel like you're connecting with something. And let's have Lorana make her saving throw. Okay. All right. And she's going to attempt to escape. She is completely stuck in this thing's grasp. Riordan, you can see her try to wiggle out, but she looks weak. You're not sure if it's from the crash or from something else. You're not sure, honestly, exactly because of teleportation, how long she's been in this thing's grasp. But that's her turn. We're back up to the top of initiative and Anoria.
Sorry, I thought I had a different spell prepared and ready to go here, but I do not. No, that's concentration as well. Sorry. I'm gonna take out my crossbow and fire. Oh, it's not a magical weapon. It won't do any damage to it.
My horns aren't magical.
I guess. Will Infestation have a chance to... Yeah, okay, I'm going to cast Infestation at the one holding Lorana, Barun Hitim, and hope that one of the directions that it could potentially be forced to go puts it inside the time sphere. Oops. Let me post that in chat for some reason.
All right. Let's see. How about a 16?
My spell save DC is 15, so that is...
So it succeeds.
Yeah.
Does it take any now?
No, I don't think so. It's just a cantrip, so...
So you unleash this horde of insects at it, but it still stays frozen in the air.
That is all I can do besides reactions, so I suppose I will have to wait.
Okay. Rokon, it's your turn.
Alright, gonna go for 2 more horns.
Nice.
Those are both hits.
Alright, so 11
32 total damage.
Yep. And now I'm gonna do something I haven't done before. And Tavern Brawler grapple attack.
All right, so it's an opposed athletics check.
Correct.
Make your athletics check there. Yeah, it doesn't beat a 31. So how are you grappling this giant time wraith hand?
So after smacking it with my face for several times, jumps up and like bear hugs this wrist thing. So this is like a large entity, or is it huge?
It's huge.
And then trying to prevent this hand from doing anything else, but also trying to pull it deeper into trying to use the remainder of my movement to pull it deeper into the time sphere.
Okay. You can't actually move it. It does flicker for a moment, and it flickers a little bit further in, but it's when it unlodges from time and relodges from time, you teleport with it.
Okay. So what you're saying is my strength isn't strong enough to defeat time.
I'm not telling you that. I'm hoping maybe Rukon will draw his own conclusions.
So that'll be it.
All right, Riordan, it's your turn.
If he can't successfully jump up to where Lorana is, he's just going to launch his attacks into the creature.
Because it's now teleported down onto its knees and it's reaching through, she's a little bit lower. You could attack the hand that's holding her.
Okay, he's going to attempt to do so. This is at disadvantage. I have no inspiration, so 12 doesn't hit. Natural 1 doesn't hit. 13 does not hit. He's just flailing.
If I have an arm grappled and Riordan is tackling it, would that be flanking?
That's a good call.
Sphere?
I would say so. Yeah, I'll give you flanking. That's how we've done it in the past. You can flank a huge creature.
All right, so that would be 2 hits then?
Yeah.
Or no, I still wouldn't because it would be 1 hit. Because
it would just be the 19.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 1 hit. Are you superiority dying or anything?
He's going to do a superiority die, and Don, this is for your adjudication. He's going to use a maneuvering attack to give Lorana half of her movement.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so here's what I'm going to have you do then. I'm going to have you make the escape DC to see if you can manage enough force to free her instead of her having to make the strength save.
Okay.
That's a D10. This is an escape DC, an athletics check.
12.
And you just get inspiration. So you have a choice. Are you going to use the inspiration or hold on to it?
Oh, I'm burning everything that's coming in. So yeah, I'll definitely use it.
At 27 is enough. So you strike up with 14 slashing damage.
14 total, yeah.
Yeah, you strike the hand and you take off its pinky with your slice. It falls away like parchment from the rest of this massive creature's body, and Lorana drops out of the bottom of the hand and into the dirt. You can see that she looks weak, covered in dust and dirt. She's got some blood on her face, probably from the wreck, and you notice that her perfect blonde hair, there's a single streak back through it that's turned white.
He would match her eyes as he turns to face the retribution, I'm sure, of this creature. And with the maneuvering action, he's just going to say, "Run for the others," as he steps in front of her.
Okay. Tanis has also dropped to the ground, and he rises at this point, and he, almost in lockstep with you, forms a sort of shield wall, even though neither of you fight with shields. And he looks back over his shoulder down to her, and he says, "Listen to Riordan. We have this. Run." And then turns and raises his sword. He grips it in both hands, like you do your greatsword, even though your blade is larger. And he readies his action to attack. It's the Wraith's turn now, and it only gets 1 attack. It is grappled by Rookone, and so the first thing it's going to do is to try to grapple Rookone in return. And it does it a little bit differently than Rookone.
What do I have to roll? If anything?
Nothing yet. Does a 19 hit you?
Yep.
You take 28 psychic damage, and you are automatically grappled and restrained. So you grab onto this hand, it teleports, and then it teleports again a little bit deeper into that time sphere. But this time, its hand is wrapped around you.
Do I lose grapple, or do I still have a grapple?
You still have grapple. You still have grapple. That's all it can do this turn, and as long as the time sphere lasts, it can't take a second action. It's moving very slowly at the moment. So that's its turn.
I'm going to use my reaction for minor time split to do another 46 damage to it.
Okay, so it has to succeed on an intelligence saving throw.
It does not.
17.
Sorry, what? Oh, 17 it does. Okay, never mind. Damn it.
So you have a hard time managing you've never really tried to have two different time spells going at the same time, to juggle holding time and speeding time up and reversing time, and it just barely slips out of your grasp, Honoria. But you do manage to keep up this sphere that's kind of locking it down for the moment.
This cannot be good for reality. No.
Nope.
This is bad.
All right. That's its turn. Lorana, Greg, why don't you make me a persuasion check? I'm gonna have Tanis make one too.
Oh, yeah, she's going to listen to him. 15.
She stumbles up to her feet and she looks weak, and you tell her to go, and she seems uncertain. And then Tanis stands beside you and draws his weapon, and he tells her to go. She hesitates only for a moment. She looks to the north, she closes her eyes, opens them again, and then she begins to stumble towards the desert, moving as quickly as she can away from you and the creature. She stops long enough to look back. Don't linger too long. Find me. And then she turns and goes. That's her turn. Honoria, it is your turn.
I am going to try Infestation again to try and drive the other one outside the sphere into the sphere. Or are they both in now?
It's all one creature. He's just very
okay.
large, and he has 2 arms.
Great. That's fantastic. Super happy about that. I'm going to cast Fire Shield on myself. Happy Kandala.
All right.
And I can I'm gonna move up to it, and I'm gonna bonus action hit it in the face with my hand, because I can do fire damage that way.
Go for it.
I think.
What are you using to do? What's your bonus action that you're using?
Oh, because you can make an offhanded attack, so I get no bonuses like you usually do with a dagger if you're going in melee, right? So.
Yeah, I'll let you do it. I'll let you try to slap it with no bonuses.
I'm assuming a 3 does not hit.
This is a cantrip. No.
Fire Shield is not a cantrip.
Oh, it's not?
No, it is a level 4 spell.
Oh, it's a level. Okay. I see it in chat now. All right, well, you are on fire.
Yep. Okay. So that's that.
Ruko, and I need you to make me a charisma saving throw.
13.
You lose 2 constitution points, and you are aged 10 years. You can feel more than ever before the life force being drained out of you. You see your own hand there sticking up through 2 of its large fingers, and you can see the fur start to change colors just a little bit. It's a little less red, it's a little less fiery. But it is your turn. You are currently grappled, and you're locked onto it too.
All right. Well, I'm going to press against its fist and then headbutt its wrist 2 more times. So is advantage still going on with Riordan?
No, because you're restrained.
Okay, so that's a 24 and a 10.
It's a 14 and a 10.
Then there's no advantage with the flickering and the time within the time sphere?
You have disadvantage on all of you. Even if it weren't flickering, which it is, you have disadvantage because you're restrained.
Okay, all right. So 14 and a 10, any of those hit?
No. You're not able to break free. You don't think you're doing anything to it.
Okay, and then for this kind of grapple, would I be able to eventually do a contested athletics check to free myself, or is it a different kind of grapple?
It's you have to spend an action to escape.
Okay. I'm going to burn 3 inspiration for another action, and then.
Yes, that is a very wise choice, my friend.
32.
You're able to break free. This time you are stronger than time, at least for a flicker. And you pull through and drop to the ground. You no longer have it grappled, and no longer has you grappled.
I didn't maintain any sort of grapple on it at all for trying to break its grapple.
Narratively, no, I don't think so. Not narratively.
Okay. Then I will use movement to. Honoria's right there, right?
Yeah, she's a few feet away from you.
So then I will try to place myself between a place where it may strike Honoria and then this giant hand.
All right. Riordan, it's your turn.
Okay. So, what I'd like to do first is, let me hold on. I need to double check something real quick. Sorry, everybody. Give me 1 second. I just thought of something.
Take your time, brother. It's important.
Okay. No action. Okay. He's going to use his. He's going to heal himself with second wind. I'll roll what I get back from that in a second. And then he is going to attack, and I have flanking with Rook and technically Honoria, correct? Okay. So he's going in with regular attacks. First one with Absolution. 13. I am going to roll precision attack.
Okay.
It makes it a 23.
That's a hit.
Okay, so that's 14 slashing. Plus
all right.
So that's because I have my special ability with second wind, so that's 18 slashing. Second attack. Damn it. Gonna miss that one. Third attack. 20. It gets takes it down to 10. Reroll great weapon. Still 11. He's just gonna keep it at 11 with that one. And then I'm going to action surge and hit another bevy of 3. So this is the first of the second group of 3. 15. I'm gonna roll precision attack. Makes it 19.
How many superiority die do you have left? And that's a hit.
I have 1 left.
Okay.
Okay, so that's 14. And I didn't roll my, hold on a sec. 14, 15, 18. Okay. I didn't roll the actions or the second wind on that one. I did hit. Okay, so the second one, 18 hits. 17 slashing, that's max damage, and so that's 24. And last attack, and he's going to use the last attack, and he's going to roll this one at advantage. 27. Slashing, reroll that, takes it down to 7. 10. 20. So 20 slashing total. 91 damage.
I gotcha. So you send a barrage into this creature. Where are you attacking it?
He's raking Absolution up along its side, doing everything he can to harry it away from his friends. He's slashing. Every time it blinks in, he's using the blink in the way that he did before, where he slows his own eye movements and his own blinks to coincide with it reappearing, and he's just surgically striking. He just saw Kelvin. It reminds him of his time in the campaign with Lorana, with his father, with the sergeant, and he's just in the field of battle, only instead of a mass and a wash in the enemy, there is just one, and he means to take it apart.
And even as you enter into a battle rage, just moving mercilessly and efficiently against this much larger creature, against the odds, it's Tanis's turn, and he's doing the same thing. He also action surges in step with you, and as you move to the left of one side of its leg, he moves to the right. He strikes with his long sword held in both hands. Let's see. 19. He hits 5 times for 87 slashing damage.
Don, can I ask you something? I was so caught up in everything. Jim was fantastic enough to give me 3 more inspiration. I would like to burn those immediately and have another 3 attacks, if that's okay. Is that okay?
You do not want to let Tanis have his day.
No, I don't want anyone to die.
Go ahead. I'm also burning 3 of my inspiration to give Tanis another turn. Go ahead and take yours.
Let's see what you got, Half Elven. Okay, first one with Absolution. And I'm assuming this is still, I can still use my second wind in this as well, because this would technically be the continuation of that turn, right?
No, it's a new turn. You get an extra turn.
Okay. 27.
Hit.
Take that down to 9. Okay, it's still 10. Gotta say that's 10. Absolution again. 14. Gonna roll the precision with my last superiority die. It's 23. 8. Take it down to 7. 12. So 22, and then final attack. Hit. Take it down to 10. Up to 5 for 15. So 37 additional.
Mm-hmm. So what is that? 128 altogether?
128, yeah.
Tanis's next 3 attacks. He only hits once for 17 damage. A total of 102 for Tanis Half-Elven and 128 for Sir Riordan, as they work in tandem on either side of this creature.
We can't all fill out the cod piece. He doesn't say
that. And together, Tanis Half-Elven and Sir Riordan, 2 warriors and heroes of the War of the Lands, unleash their blade on the legs and lower body of this giant wraith, and slowly, at last, it pulls and teleports out of the time sphere. And as it does, it begins to crumple up smaller and smaller into a wad that's like a ball of parchment. And then that wad blows away on the wind. And the creature is gone. The 4 of you are left together, exhausted. Tanis is breathing raggedly, looking at Sir Riordan, and he just kind of gives just a little bit of a nod.
He ignores it and goes after Lorana, making sure that she doesn't go too far away.
We're going to cut away from the 4 of them, unless anybody wants to say anything right at the end. Let's go back to Visaria, Nova, Lily and the wolf Shadow, you're standing at this waypoint, and a sandstorm that had kind of picked up for a while begins to dissipate a little bit. And you can see in the distance just enough of the sparkling reflection of sunlight off of water, blue water. You know that way lies an oasis. It's really the only oasis between the south end of the desert and the north end, where lies the White Rose. It's been a couple of minutes now.
Nova's just stared at where the portal was, probably for a good minute or two, and turns around and goes, well, I guess let's get to that oasis then, and then I'm gonna write a very strongly worded letter.
How much do you love your friends, Nova?
A lot, but that was very not smart.
Can you write that strongly worded letter a lot faster? Because that goddamn fucking son of a bitch Cererdor needs to be in the right place so he doesn't die and he can kill Soth.
Oh, is he supposed to kill Soth? Because I was kind of hoping that was supposed to be me. You know, with that big old fireball.
No, I think you have a dragon to deal with, honey.
That is acceptable, I suppose. He's a lot bigger than Soth.
Yes, and also undead, so there's that.
Lots of fire. Okay, hold on. She's gonna reach in, take the quill, write a strongly worded letter.
She's writing her strongly worded letter. Lily comes up to her and kind of interrupts her at one point. She tugs on the bottom of her pants.
Yes, Lily?
She doesn't say anything. She usually doesn't talk.
Mm-hmm.
But you can tell that she looks worried, and she's holding in one hand that wooden sword, and in that other hand, Honoria's knife.
Yes, darling. I know. I'm worried about them too. Let me just... She puts that strongly worded letter aside, pulls another piece of paper, writes, are you all alive, or are you dead? Circle yes or no, and she just puts it in the buddy bag and sends it to Rook.
Are they in the same place?
I don't know.
Ask them that.
Oh, okay, well, we'll get the confirmation for alive first, and then we can subsequently follow that with, where are you?
So as you stuff this into your arm, just as you send it through, another letter pops out. This one's sealed and is signed to Honoria on the outside.
To Honoria? Why would I have a letter to Honoria? It's probably from Avrin or Agatha.
Vesaria purposely turns and puts her back to Nova.
I'ma open it.
All right. I'm going to send this to you.
Chaotic Evil Nova definitely opens other people's mail.
That's how you know she's evil.
Yeah, regular Nova wouldn't think about opening someone else's mail.
I'm going to read this out loud, but then I'll send it to you later so that you have it.
Cool.
All right.
I'll just cast Mending on the seal again once I'm done.
It's brilliant. You open it up and it's penned in very fine calligraphy. It's a very practiced hand.
Fancy friends.
Very fancy schmancy. And it reads, Honoria, by chance our paths cross again. I came upon your companion Avrin in Malmene, and there we assisted a dwarf and a mage with reforging a fabled blade. The mage attempted to betray, and we slew him with the assistance of a spirit of some kind. I hope that spirit has found peace through its sacrifice. We're not far from meeting as the hawk still flies, or so I'm told, and I look forward to seeing what our separate studies have found with regards to defeating the usurper, as I am eager to claim my rightful place on the throne of this land. I'm eagerly hoping to borrow some frozen cold blood for component. Perhaps you have a spare. Perhaps I can lend you some serpent's venom in turn. We will convene. Averin is in poor spirits, as she seems to know the mage, and she will be glad to see you, I'm sure. The dwarf Agatha is quite eager to quit this land, though she might have a contingency in case your plans don't work. Don't worry about me. I will help ensure they make it safely to the meeting, though I do not wish you all to go too quickly, for I wish to show my thanks for helping me liberate Nightwood. Tell your good knight that his blade will be sorely missed on the road to Malmene, as it ever strikes true, unlike the others I have encountered. With warm regards, Sir Nabem Felgard. You can roll me a history check, Nova. Since
Yeah,
you're a local.
I'll do that. Do I want to spend an inspiration on this? Yeah, why not? I want to know who this letter's from. This seems to be big stuff here. History. 20. Smart.
Yeah, you know Sir Navem. He's a noble. He's noble. He's well off, and you also know that he's recently positioned himself with this band of rebel knights who call themselves the Knights of Takesis. These are the knights that had attempted to create an alliance with your rebellion, but they can never quite make it work. The Wild Elves and the White Rose, they didn't actively oppose the Knights of Takesis, but there was too many ideological differences. And you would know that Navem, if he's not number one amongst the knights, if he's not the Lord of the Knights, he's a very ambitious number two.
And he wants to be king, huh? Interesting. She'll read that. She'll probably even copy it down real quick, because she's smart, she's fast. And then she'll cast Mending on the seal. And then just put it in a pocket and put the copy one inside a coloring book.
Okay. So she doesn't send it in her buddy bag with her own letter?
No.
Okay.
She does not at this time.
What was the yes or no question in her letter?
Are you all alive? please circle yes or no.
Let's jump real quick to Rookone. Rookone, do you read? I can't remember.
He's been known to absorb a word from time to time. He brings it out and looks at it.
Honoria, do you have a quill, or do you fancy people write with?
She reaches inside of one of her robes and produces ink and quill, a little slightly embarrassed for some reason that she doesn't understand why. And yes, you're not going to break it, are you? She says, never really sure if he's out of his rage when that ends, how that, but she holds it out to him.
He has the letter in one hand, and he's confused as to what to grab with the other hand, so he takes the ink quill and dumps it on yes, folds it up, and sends it back through the pouch, and then gives her the remainder of the ink that's left in the quill. And
Honoria is very glad that she gave him the common ink and not the ink that she uses to write new spells in her spellbook.
All right. We'll pop back to Nova. It's just a couple of moments later that you get the reply, Basaria and Nova, with a gigantic ink splotch over the word yes.
Yep, I'm pretty sure that means they're alive. The ink ran a little bit, I think. It's fine.
Well, that's one way to put it. That ink ran a lot.
I don't know what kind of ink they have. It's obviously not good ink. She's gonna... Right. Are you guys in the same spot we last saw you? Or someplace else?
No, please, have them be in the same spot. Please, gods, let them be in the... Well, no.
You want me to tell them to go back? Go back to the Vardo right this instant. Is that what you want me to... Because I can write that.
I can see my Vardo. I can always see my Vardo. It's mine. I know where it is. Right?
Sure.
Yes.
I can't always see them. So if I need them to be somewhere, I need them to be where I can see them.
All right, so you want me to tell them to get back to the Vardo right this instant? Young people?
If you want to, I will ensure this.
All right. Asaria kindly asks that you all return to the Vardo. I would like to add, right this instant, young man, and young man, and young lady, and young man, and young man. She's dressing all of them.
Okay.
Yep.
And Rookone, your buddy bag pops that letter out. Now we need to know, where is Rookone and Honoria? Did they follow Sir Riordan off into the desert after Lorana?
Like the Vardo still. This is the Vardo wreckage.
Mm-hmm.
Right, we're there. So it would make the most sense to pass this letter to Honoria, because at this point in time, Rookone would be more focused on trying to salvage the Vardo.
And wouldn't Lorana only be like 6 seconds away? Because we killed it the next round, right? Oh, I did most of the work. Tannis helped. A little bit.
Roll me an investigation check, Sir Riordan.
$13.
She should be, but whether the wind is blown over her tracks or she pulled something, went one way or another, you spend a couple of minutes and you haven't found her yet. There's a number of sand dunes. She could have somehow gotten over one of those, but you didn't see her go over one of them.
Can I tell that Riordan is still looking for Lorana? As if he's doing anything else. I cast Fly on him so he can find her faster, and then respond to the message. Yes, we are currently at the Vardo. The Elvins are missing. Send.
Well, Tannis is still there. He's looking to him.
Really? He's not helping to go chase after Lorana? Clearly doesn't love her. No emotions. What a cold-hearted bastard. Fuck him. Send a letter. Cast Fly on Riordan so he can find her first. Or whatever good that does. God, I'm so mad at you, Riordan. Well, Honoria is very mad at you, Riordan. I think it's hilarious, but...
All right. So another letter comes back.
All right. I don't think Rook wrote this one. And, see, apparently the Elvins are missing.
We had
So
to go
Tannis
save
lost
the...
half of himself, and Lorana's out somewhere.
Well,
But they're near the Vardo. Do you want to say, hey, we meet you halfway?
no, because I was trying to do something nice for that.
You know, Honoria makes that face a lot at Sir Riordan, too.
It's not about Sir Riordan. It's not. I respect him. He does good work. He is a good man.
He's interning on number 8 right now, currently.
I think he deserves that. I think he actually deserves that. Possibly might be even...
I thought he deserved it a little bit more before that stunt he just pulled there, but, you know, that's why it's an internship.
I mean, I respect him for his dedication and not leaving anyone behind, and...
And gum? Oh, do you have any? I might have some. Hold up. Nope. Fresh out.
No, I don't have half of what I used to own.
Don't worry. We'll fix it. You know, we can just walk to the oasis, start sawing down a few trees. I can get you some, you know, I can start building you one right now. Will we wait for them to catch up?
It's not the same, and yes, I will totally wait for them to catch up, because I was... You know what? Send them a message to tell them to call us when they get Riordan and the stupid elf that he's... She charmed him. I'm betting.
Ooh, I bet you're right. I see the way he looks at her, but she doesn't return the look. It's very one-sided.
And that Tanis, he...
Yep.
I get the bad feeling about that one. I don't know why.
He's very wishy-washy, let me tell you. He's just...
Is this the conversation you're having as you trek to the oasis?
Yep, yes. And I write down pretty much that first quote. That's just back when you get reared in that damn elven general. Because Nova's not feeling particularly nice right now. She's grumpy.
And chaotic evil.
So...
all right, before we get to the oasis,
and
let's
then
come back
when she gets there, she writes a very strongly worded letter about how Rukon hurt her feelings.
Greg, you are flying now, so I'll allow you to make another investigation check. This time, if you wish to fly up into the air, you can get a better look. I'll give you advantage.
Sure, yeah. 16.
With a 16, it takes you a little while, but you eventually, again, sandstorms blow through this area frequently, and it gets less visible and then more visible. Thoughts start to go through Tanis's mind. He's beginning to look more erratically. He's pushing through the sand. He's tripping. He's falling. He's exhausted. You're up in the air, and you see Lorana there, hurtled over the side of a dune. She looks like she's asleep. She looks like maybe she's passed out, heat exhaustion or something.
Riordan will fly down. General.
You can fly down to her. She stirs just a little bit.
He'll pick her up and fly her back to the others.
Does he give Tanis a lift back?
I can only carry one.
Yeah.
That was part of the narrative we stated before.
Yeah. He sees you flying overhead, and let's see. Now we'll just say he knows. He sees her in your arms.
Oh, he would. I mean, I have her.
He's a half elf. Yeah, he's got good eyes.
And do you really think Riordan would pass up the chance to let him see that he's saving Lorana? Come on.
He begins slowly trekking back. So we reconvene. Tanis, it's going to take him some time to get back to the Vardo, but Riordan lands with Honoria, or next to Honoria and Rukon. He's got Lorana. She's breathing. She's fine. She needs hydration, and obviously the heat is a problem. You have no cover, and even though you're not deep into the desert, you're just at its edge. It's not the same climate anymore. It's not like the rest of Nightland. It is brutally hot. Right now, it's just past noon. And the letter pops out of Rukon's buddy bag from Nova. Another letter.
This one's very long.
Very strongly worded.
The scarf's being pulled out of the bag.
Yeah, so what's this one saying?
It says in very angry, passive-aggressive Kender talk. So sometimes it's less passive-aggressive and just kind of just like, and I didn't like that. It's about Honoria has mail as the PS at the bottom, and then everything else is gotta meet us halfway because. Why would you all do that? That was a dumb decision. I get you don't leave people behind, but I'm sure they would have been fine. They had a whole 1.5 elves with them, and you hurt my feelings, and you just ran off, and you didn't even say goodbye.
I'm reading this, and I feel like it's all my fault. Honoria, you've got a letter from somebody. Doesn't say who. But I think she's mad at me. And we have to meet her somewhere? Do you mention anything specifically about the location?
I draw like a little map to the oasis. It's got an angry Nova face, and an angry Visaria face, and a happy Lily face, and a happy wolf face there.
There's a bunch of ugly-looking mountains. And then directions to, it looks like a...
And there's like a picture of you guys with the broken Vardo, and the Vardo has a sad face on it, and then Riordan has like a really like an angry face, and then Rakon's probably cross-eyed, and
I think it's a deer and an octopus mating, I think.
And Honoria probably has little horns. And Tanis is like super cross-eyed, and Lorana is just like X's over her eyes. She's asleep because she's done a lot of sleeping in the brief time that Nova's known her.
That doesn't seem threatening at all. Well, I can't see.
She does have a fancy badge that says General on it, though.
May I? With the images that she's provided, can we discern what direction we have to go?
Has she given them any? Has she written any direction of where they should go? And any?
Yeah, she definitely did. She did a map. The angry face, the faces and people on there were just bonus, but it is probably a decent map. I mean, she's Google tools and stuff.
So there's an oasis.
A direction saying head north if you're.
You would know it's about 2/3 of a day walk from where
walk
they are.
Fast. To where you are. It's 2/3 of a day walk from the Vardo. We'll be there in 20 minutes. XOXO Nova.
Oh, there's probably like a list of like small things for you to kind of grab from the Vardo if you can.
Saria needs new underwear. If any of it survived, she'd be very happy if you grabbed that.
Yeah, and there's a picture right over the fireplace. Grab that.
Okay, so I'll give the letter to Honoria, and I'd like to see, I know there's damage involved, if I could turn the remainder of the Vardo upright and walk the front half of it on my shoulders.
You can, yeah, you guys can cross the desert however you'd like to cross the desert. I'm going to make you make a single check, and then we're going to go back to the others. You just tell me how you would like to go. There's food and water a little bit. Not a lot inside the Vardo. You can scavenge. You can carry the Vardo with you as much, you can carry parts of it with you.
Does it still have 2 functioning back wheels?
Yes. Yeah, it's only the front wheels that got destroyed.
Yeah. So I want to like put the front half of it like on my back and beast of burden it through the desert. Attempt to.
Okay.
Do we have any spare wheels or?
Does the Vardo? Do you keep any spare wheels, Visaria?
Should probably have one because she travels by herself, and she does have mending, so she probably doesn't have a lot of spare things, but she has like 1 spare wheel because you don't want to be trapped too. You always want one.
Super quick question. Can I take time reading over the letter and sometimes you can get tone through text, sometimes you can't. Am I able to decipher that Nova has feelings for Rookone in this?
Yeah, yes, a middle schooler. This is very
Okay.
middle schooler.
You'll need to make an insight
I
check.
just wanna make sure,
You
like
get some strong feelings vibes in this letter.
I just kind of, I mean, okay, that's all I needed. Yep, I'm good. Save it for next session.
It's not subtle at all.
Anybody else doing anything special besides as they follow this map? Is anybody not following the map? Anybody doing anything particular besides Rookone, who is going to try to wheelbarrow the Vardo through the desert?
Riordan's going to help him. So
okay,
take turns or
like a shoulder. Yeah, totally.
Put one wheel back on and then take turns at being the fourth wheel.
I'll cast Tenoria's help to ease it along as much as possible for ability
So I'll
check.
give you each advantage on your rolls here in a second, and for Tanis's part, he will try to keep everybody hydrated first. Lorana, and once she's conscious and able to kind of help out a little bit, he'll also help out, and they'll work to try to get this Vardo through the desert, taking turns providing water. But we'll say that Rookone and Sir Riordan do the bulk of the heavy carrying. So you can each make me athletics checks. I'll give you advantage on them.
Natural 20.
All right. Yeah, you're able to scoop up a good deal of the Vardo and throw it in the back, and then hitch it to yourselves and help carrying it through the desert. It is going to take its toll on you. We're going to cut back to the rest, but each of you will gain a level of exhaustion. Visaria and Nova. Now, Rookone, before I say cut back to them, did you write them back, or did you just start going?
I just started going. I gave the letter to Honoria and then started messing around with the Vardo.
Okay, so Nova, Visaria, they don't write back. You find yourself at.
Of course, you wouldn't write back.
You find yourselves at the oasis. It's got crystal sparkling blue water. The ground around it's a little rockier, a little less sandy, and there's a circle of tall, green-leafed palm trees that kind of provide shade over the water, keeping the water cool, and over the ground around the water.
Get Lily and Shadow into the shade, get them hydrated, dig up some snacks, because I've got some rations in ye old arm. And Nova, before chilling out and relaxing, she's gonna see if any of her friends are nearby, or if like signs of them being nearby, like if they left any markings or anything.
Yeah, roll me an investigation check.
22.
You don't see any tracks. And what's strange is as you're kind of like looking around, you don't even see your own tracks in the sand.
Oh.
The ones that brought you here.
That's interesting. She'll write a nice letter to Jerlim then, letting him know that they're at the oasis, she and Visaria, and within the day the rest of her friends, and ask how things are going, if he's able to meet up or whatnot. Just send that off to him.
Okay. What about Visaria?
She'd take a moment and glance around, using her perception just to see if there's anyone there's anything that they need to be concerned about.
Sure. Make me perception check.
Okay. Bad son if it's below her passive, everyone. 26.
Nova is writing a letter. Another one.
But she looks a lot more relaxed and calm writing this one. She got it out like that swing past.
Yeah.
The wolf is lapping up water greedily from the oasis. and Lily is actually swimming like just at the edge of the water, like letting her hair lay back against the water. You can tell that she seems, there's still that crease in her brow, that worry.
Mm-hmm. I'll let her know that also, that they're coming to meet us. She'll assume that's what they're doing since they haven't written back.
That helps a little bit, and she kind of splashes around and she
And
swims.
don't swim in the water in the sunshine. Stay in the shade. I'll make you fry faster.
She pops up from the water and nods her head, and she kind of looks around the barrier in which she can't actually swim, and she stays there. Visaria, you do notice something. You notice that something is weird about the air. You've traveled through the desert before. You know the effects of heat wave, how it kind of bends the airwaves and creates this distorting effect with your vision. It's happening here, but it's a lot more intense than usual. It's a little nauseating.
Does it feel like when someone casts magic to bend time to her? Or does it feel just nauseating in sight?
Oh, roll an Arcana check.
Because she has that. 8.
It doesn't feel like another ripple effect from time being fiddled with. But it is strange.
She'd kind of take a moment and take this, let Lily play in the water for like 5, maybe a couple minutes, and then say, little one, come over here. You don't want to get too much water too quickly. It will drain you too quickly in the heat. Come, let me fix your hair. And she'll look at...
Roll me a persuasion check, because you're still a little bit of a stranger to Lily,
yeah.
just a little bit.
9.
She gets to the edge of the water, but she doesn't move. She's looking at you or past you.
Yeah, and Visaria will just look at Nova and say, the heat is very strong today. There are so many things that could mess with one too much. You know, it'd be a shame if someone saw something that wasn't there.
I look around.
She looks kind of wary, and then she looks to Nova. What's Nova doing?
Nova's looking around like, is this a code? Is someone out there? I didn't see anyone when I looked earlier, but she'll kind of take another look around, see if she notices anything strange, magically or otherwise.
Yeah, if you want to do magic, if you're looking at reaching out with your senses, Arcana. If you want to use your perception.
She'll do Arcana, because we have had some weird time stuff. 15?
You see what I described before, the strange, intense heat waves. But then as you kind of focus on it with your other sight, you see something change in the air. At first, it's a sound. You can see the sound. You can see it move with the music through the air. And then the waves that rise from the rocky ground break apart. They stop distorting. And for a few moments, you start feeling queasy once you've locked into this thing. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, no. I haven't been doing good on those tonight. So I'm going to use an inspiration.
Okay.
Just guys, I'd rather be safe than sorry. 16.
That's a lot better than the natural
That's not a lot better than that one.
So you keep from retching, and you continue to focus on this sensation, this thing.
Can I cast Identify in conjunction to see if what's up? Yeah.
Absolutely. And as you cast Identify, you have to kind of like reach out. So you reach out almost to grab one of these waves of sound. And when you do, everything changes and you can see the truth. And as soon as you can see the truth, Visaria, you can see the truth. And so can Lily. Her eyes go wide.
The minute Nova reached out to grab something, it didn't matter what she was grabbing. Visaria reached down and pulled Lily up out of the water.
Okay. You pull her up, and she doesn't resist you. Even Shadow stops drinking and turns. You hear him kind of growl low and in the back of his mouth, his throat. You stand by the waters of a quiet oasis, just as you believed, but you realize now that you're not alone. Surrounding the oasis and your small group is an encampment of Vardos and a dozen or so humans milling about, eating from baskets of fruit, and all of them watching you. In the center of camp, not far from you, a small fire burns, and around the fire stand 3 musicians dressed in colorful clothes, playing stringed and percussive instruments. From their fingers springs a lively and soulful tune. They smile at you, and when you see them, you can see now that the musicians' faces are sunken in and strange because they have no tongues. Their tongues have been cut out. Before the fire dances a dark-haired woman in a red dress. The dance is violent and sad and dangerous all at once. You recognize the musicians and the woman from your previous time in this land. This is Inza. This is your sister, Visaria. These are the Wanderers. These are your family.
That was a pleasant welcome.
And I'm sure they've noticed that we've noticed now.
Oh, they're all looking at you.
Okay.
They're eating, they're relaxed, they've got shade over top of them.
I wasn't sure if it was like we're just looking at them, or they've noticed that we can see them kind of looking.
And I would say now that you kind of fought through the queasiness, you would realize that there's a powerful illusion, obviously, that was keeping you from seeing them.
But not them from seeing us, probably.
That's what you believe.
Cool. I was just gonna play it real cool. Kind of be like, Lily, do you have enough rations? Do you need anything else? Any more snacks or anything? Nope.
Her mouth is open and she's just kind of shaking her head.
All right, good. That's just great. Kind of looks at Visaria like, this is your family. You want to take the lead, or do you want me to? Nova kind of looks over at the fire that they're all standing around.
Does she see Samuel?
She does not. Now, you don't see all of your family, but it's a lot of them.
Okay.
They could all be around somewhere.
She's gonna kind of throw a side eye at Nova, smile down at Lily. So, would you like introductions?
I would love some.
No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Inza! We're coming
here!
We're going to introduce people! Yeah, we're doing that.
Are you approaching?
She's like moving forward, but staying like 20, 30 feet from her sister, and just like, I moved forward to you, now it's your turn to come to me.
Inza dances around the fire. It's faster and faster and faster, and the music becomes faster and faster.
How close is she to the fire?
Like 5 feet. She's going in circles around it.
I kind of glance back at the fire and glance back at Visaria, like, yeah?
Not right now, darling. She's not... I mean... She might, but not right now.
Are you approaching? She continues to dance. Other people are looking at you, but she hasn't looked at you yet.
I'm just waving at everybody who's looking at us. Oh, hi there. Hi there. Hi.
They're waving back. Roll an insight check for me.
Oh, I'm proficient in that. I'm never proficient in insight, so I get really excited about it when I have a character who is. 21!
There's something vacant about their smiles, about their eyes. They wave back at you. They continue eating, but there's just something's off.
Are they kind of like Soth's dudes, his servants? Kind of like that kind of vacancy?
You mean like his
undead?
skeletons?
Yeah,
No,
no. Okay, so no undead vibes, just kind of.
no undead vibes,
Okay.
but something off.
Mm-hmm.
I have a... no, she has that. She wouldn't have left that behind. She reaches behind her back where her belt is, and slid in the angle of her belt is a small hideaway dagger. And she pulls it out, flicks it between her fingers, and then throws it right in front of the feet of her sister, intentionally stopping the dance.
The music stops. And instantaneously, as the dagger sticks out of the rocks, out of the sand, so does the dance. Inza turns, looks over at you, and smiles slightly. She's got one hand on her hip. You can see in the other hand, she's spinning her own dagger. You know the dagger. It's one that she's very proud of. It's something she took from a traveler.
Yeah. She takes a lot of things. So, are you going to be polite and introduce... No, I'll be nice. Inza, my sister, and let me introduce you to my very good dear friend, Nova.
Hi there!
This is Lily. She's a child and an innocent, but when's that ever stopped you? Would you like to let them go, or are you going to continue being, performing for a command audience?
Please, do not worry. You are safe here in our camp. It is good to meet you. Nova, Lily, I hope to get to know you much better. Come.
Were you not told, Inza? I wonder, did you see it? Did you know when it happened?
What is it you speak of, sister?
That, wizard you're so fond of promoting for us. Apparently he met a very painful end.
Roll an insight check.
Can I roll one too?
Such
Sure.
a shame you don't get advantage on your own sister.
I know. 11. No. Had my
She
one good insight
smiles.
check.
We no longer need the wizard. We are allied with the elves, with the White Rose now. But more of that later.
I haven't seen Samuel. Where's he at?
Oh, I don't know. He must be around here somewhere, probably taking a nap. You know how he is. Where have you been, sister? All of us have been here, but...
Oh, she was helping me out.
Well, you
At
missed
prison
the
break.
funeral.
But I feel sorry that I missed Mother's funeral.
Uncle Joseph, he was heartbroken. He said, why is Vissarion not here?
Uncle Joseph hasn't had a thought aside from the bottle in the last 25 years.
I do not wish to fight with you. We have lost so much recently. I am glad you are here.
Don't tell me that you're glad that I am here, Inza. If you're going to lie, at least make it something that is believable.
Whatever you wish to believe, sister, I am glad that you are here. And perhaps you should follow the old ways and not push your luck. You know what they say about funerals. They come in threes.
Yes.
Is that what they say about funerals?
Oh, yes, they do. They come in threes. So, Inza, were you trying to make my funeral number 2 or number 3 when you sent Samuel to see me?
sent Samuel to see you. I sent him to come bring you to the funeral.
I don't think that's actually what he said. He said that you wanted A, me dead, and B, an item that is mine. So is that both kinslaying and stealing from the family, or just kinslaying?
Roll me a persuasion check, because at this point, the family has gathered up around you, and they're all watching.
17.
Oh, why would you believe Samuel? You said himself, he is a drunk.
No, I said Uncle
Uncle John.
Joseph.
Yeah, that one
Well,
was
they
a
are
drunk.
both drunks. They are men. This is a family ruled by women who are here, who care for the family, who don't go off on their own to have their little adventures in the wilderness.
But I'm a wanderer and a woman of this family who follows the old ways and walks and wanders. I don't ally myself with outside wizards who stink of necromancy.
We must be strong to survive.
So you allied us with a man. How many orders did you take from him, and therefore sacrifice your great and aspiring...
I take orders from no one now. I took orders from our mother because I loved her.
I have a question, Inza. And I say this from the deepest part of my heart, where I believe and hope and pray, even though we are born within the same hour, that you will tell me that this is not true. And she, just stares. She's ignoring the rest of the family. She's just staring at Inza. Did you kill our mother with your own hand, or did you poison her?
You have become so bitter since you left home. Wishing that you could have what we have. Wishing that you could have the sort of love that my mother and I had for each other.
And yet, it was my mother who gave me 2 gifts. Isn't it, Inza? 2 gifts of the family were given to me.
She loved you too, as I do.
Yes.
But she did not choose you to lead our people. She chose me.
I don't recall the dead being allowed to choose at the convocation. They can nominate. Or did you actually call her back to nominate you?
Her spirit led our people to make the right choice. This is the way. This has always been the way.
And yet I see much. I see you fallen, Enza. And you've fallen so far that you'll pull the rest of them with you.
Oh, it is good to have you home, to argue with you again, just like the old days. I know you only mean half of the things you say, and I only mean half of the things I say. Come, let's listen to the music, let's eat food, and together we will go to the White Rose, and then we will change this land, and our people will be free.
No. No, you won't. Nova. You love your friends, right?
Oh, yeah. Some love it more than others.
Not distracting at the moment. Not distracting at the moment. But you know, and that's because you love them, you know when they are lying, right? Even though your heart and soul wants to believe it, there's just something in you that breaks at the words.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd know if someone was lying to me. They're on the top 10 list.
And
just have a brief question for your sister, though, before, we get too far into stuff.
No, it's entirely true.
So you're friends with the White Rose?
Yes, we are on our way now from the funeral to see them.
All right, then. Who's your contact? I know a lot of them. Just curious.
Why, it's the cobbler, of course.
He's a good one. All right, she's basically just testing to make sure that they did know about the White Rose. Not that they're just bullshitting. Okay, so she'll be like, all right, that's all I needed to know, Miss Aria.
No, they know.
Just have to double check, security's sake.
Will you come with us? Will you stay with us tonight and travel with us tomorrow?
And she pulls a ring off the index finger of her hand and starts spinning it. Looks at Nova and Lily. And knows in her heart of hearts that if she doesn't do what she's thinking, it doesn't matter what her sister says. This child is in danger. Because she knows her sister. And she spins the ring in her hand.
Nova gives the look like, you want me to cause a distraction?
No, I don't think so. Slides the ring back on her finger, spins it one more time, and wishes loudly to dispel any spell that her sister holds over her family. Any enchantment, any curse.
You hear a deep groaning from the earth beneath the sand. The wind howls. Something else howls too, a presence. You see in your sister's hands something that wasn't there before. Maybe it was another illusion. A small, intricate wooden box with no lock and no lid. But still it opens like a mouth. And from it, shadows spring. They dance across the sand, across the ground. They wrap around your family members. And then they lay flat against the ground. And it's only then that you realize that none of the wanderers besides your sister had shadows of their own. And once the last shadow locks into place, the box closes. Your sister's eyes burn. Your family is blinking. They're confused. It's like they're waking up for the first time in a long time.
Great job, Visaria. You helped out your whole family. Well, almost your whole family.
Nova?
Yeah?
Remember how I said that you might possibly want to play with that thing that you like now? Now with the playing.
And
what are you doing?
how close is Inza to the rest of the? You know what? She's chaotic evil right now. She probably wouldn't consider that super much. But she was. How close is Inza to the fire?
He's close to the three musicians, and the rest of the Vistani that are here are circled around.
Okay. So just for my soul's sake, how many are within 20 feet of her on either side?
3 total.
Okay, just 3? Okay, cool. So I was gonna do pyrotechnics, which would be, you know what? That'd still be really good to do. I'm gonna do pyrotechnics. Okay. I need, I don't think it's in my thing. So I'm just gonna pop it because this could be very helpful. If she fails. I'm gonna do fireworks. So she is within 10 feet of the fire. She needs to make a con save or be blinded until the end of my next turn.
All right.
My DC 17.
Let's see here. Let me scroll down to. And she gets a 12.
Nope. She's blinded.
You hear her scream. She clasps the box to her chest and staggers a little bit. She almost stumbles into the fire. Let's see if the musicians, how they do.
Oh, two of them make it.
They at least like cover their eyes,
Mhm.
and one of them is also blinded by the bright flash. Are you doing initiative? Are you attacking here?
And that was at least to give that way.
Yeah, this is Visaria's choice. She can attack here or not.
Yeah. Nova also hissed to Lily to find cover to hide.
Yeah. Visaria moves to put herself in front of Nova and Lily and make sure that she's staring at the rest of her family to see if they do anything, and if they're a threat, she's grabbing both Nova and Lily.
Oh, I rolled the wrong thing. 1 second. So we'll say the family is stunned, like slowly coming to their senses for 2 rounds.
Okay.
You can see them start to snap out of it, but they're not really responsive. Some of them look very scared.
Chaotic evil talking.
I understand. You can be chaotic evil. She's neutral and she's not devolved to kinseling yet. If Nova kills her, it's not her fault.
Exactly. Blinded is just such a good condition to put on people.
So we're gonna do a light initiative here.
Mm-hmm.
And so each of you roll me initiative.
Sure.
Not 20, 24.
Ooh. Oh, 5.
Oh, that's okay. So Visaria, you stand protectively in front of Lily and kind of push her back. You're just kind of watching. Anything else on your turn?
She has counterspell prepared the minute her sister opens her mouth.
All right. The desert wind howls. There's no music now, but at the end of your turn, your sister does open her mouth to cast a spell, using a legendary action to do so. Are you counterspelling?
As long as it's not a sight-based spell.
She is counterspelling.
What level counterspell are you using?
She'll use a 5th level counterspell.
All right. You see that strange shaking visual hallucination effect again begin to ripple out, and you can hear music coming from those waves. And then with your counter spell, the sound ends and there's only silence. You can't even hear the howling of the wind for a few moments. Your counter spell is successful. That was your reaction though.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's her turn.
Mm-hmm.
Counterspelled, she we'll see.
Can't do any sight-based spells either.
Okay. Let's see.
See a target? I don't think so.
She speaks into that mouth of the box, the wooden box, and she speaks the word traitor. You bitch of a sister. This is the last time you stand in my way. And I need you, Visari, to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Oh, look, I have, something that I had forgotten all the way through this?
What's that?
It's Lunatari.
You have advantage on
AC. And
yeah.
Yep.
Whatever.
Lunatari is the dominant moon.
Dexterity, you said?
Dexterity.
26.
You see before it happens out of the corner of your eye, your own mirror image, your own shadow reach out for you to grab you by the neck. But you are able to get your hands up and you're fighting your own shadow off. And after you hold it back for a few moments, your shadow slinks back to the ground again. That's her turn. Nova, it's your turn.
Okie dokie. I'm gonna cast my favorite spell. Fireball! Because I don't have a lot of HP, and I need to do some damage. Because if she attacks me, I'm probably dead. Okay, so I'm gonna use it from I want the higher. Oh, but she's blinded, so she'll have disadvantage on the save. That's beautiful.
How long is she blind for?
Till the end of my turn.
Ah, okay. Nice.
It's a beautiful spell. In that case, then yeah, I'll use my wand. I'm gonna use the last 2 charges from my wand for today, and do. You know what? I'm gonna use 2 inspiration to do max damage. So.
Oh boy.
9 times 6 is math.
54.
Yeah, that much.
273.
That much fire damage.
All right. And she makes her dexterity saving throw
With
at
disadvantage.
disadvantage. She uses a legendary resistance to succeed. So she only take half damage here.
Okay.
How much damage is that? 27?
27, yeah.
Yeah. So you shoot the fireball. Is this from your device or are you actually casting this spell?
No, from my device.
Okay. It spirals around and hits the ground and explodes.
For today, though, from my device. So I'm out.
You're out of. Do you have to make a? Do you have to roll a d20 to see if it dies?
The next day.
The next day.
At the dawn. Yeah.
So it explodes at her feet, but just a moment before it gets to her, she dances out of the way like she can feel its heat. She leaps to the other side of the fire. It still hits her in the back and kind of throws her. She rolls her hand, but it
Let's see
doesn't
if I
hit
have
her
any
full
good
on.
bonus actions. Would you, because it's coming from my wand, would it count as a use item / attack, or would it be a spell attack? This is just for
items are usually spell attacks.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
If it's like a wand or a scroll.
Cool. I just wanted to make sure, because if not, I could boomerang her. But no, I'll just pull out my mending tools to prepare Mr. Pew Pew for next round. And
All
that's
right. At the end of your turn, I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
I'm gonna use an inspiration.
Is this your last? It is.
No, I have one more.
Oh yeah,
after
we got
this.
one.
Yeah.
That's right.
I've been keeping track. Keeping track.
Yay.
Dex save 6. Good night, sweet Kender.
You feel that cackle building inside you as you fire this fireball very satisfyingly, even though it doesn't quite hit her. And then a moment later, your own shadow begins to strangle you. You can feel its dark hand reaching down into your throat. You take 20 psychic damage, and you are restrained and muted until the end of your next turn.
Okay, that's cool. I start to turn a little purple. That's fine.
Visari, it's your turn.
Sister, I'm sorry that it has come to this. No, I'm really not. I'm kind of been pissed at you for a bunch of years, so I'm not sorry about this bullshit at all, and I'm not going to feel bad about this. I'm gonna feel really, really good about this as I cast Moonbeam at 6th level at her and say, get wrecked. She needs an 18.
I'm going to use her other legendary resistance to succeed. Does she take half damage here?
Yes.
So 11 radiant, or no. 16 radiant.
Yeah. 16 radiant damage, and it's just sitting there.
So even as she like lands, there's smoke rising from the ground. This beam come. How does this happen? Does it come out of the ground?
She literally just looks up and sees the moon in the sky, even though it's not shining. She just reaches and pulls it, like she's pulling the moon itself over her sister and pulls it down. And then as a bonus action, she turns to Nova and says, in your heart of hearts, you know that through the shadows they come, and in the shadows they hide, so be aware of everything you don't see. And gives you bardic inspiration.
Oh, thumbs up. Probably mechanical thumbs up.
And she's just moving herself to keep line of sight on her sister, prepared for anything that she does.
All right. Your sister's turn. She pushes through the crowd, and some of them are starting to stand up. They've still got one more round of being dazed, where they're not really aware of what's happening. She's pushing through them, and she's circling. She's circling and circling, and then she stops, and she turns towards you. She points her finger, and again, she casts a spell.
I'm just checking one thing. She's gonna cast counter spell at her.
What level counter spell?
She uses another 5th level spell. For counter spell.
And again, you see the sparks dance at the edge of her fingertip, and then it's snuffed. That's her turn. That makes it Nova's turn.
I'm restrained.
And muted.
And muted. Fantastic. Can I try to be not strangled by my own shadow?
You can use your action to make an escape. So acrobatics or athletics.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. I'm probably going to use my bardic inspiration on this. Let's see. Let's where to go. Oh, 17?
17 is just enough. You see, you're able to like... You pull your shadow's arm out of your throat.
I just wiggle out.
And as soon as you put some distance, it slaps back down to the ground, and then it's just a mirror.
I stomp on it. Stay down there. Stay.
Are you moving, or are you staying where you are?
She'll move behind cover because she's not particularly healthy at this point, and chaotic evil Nova's a little more selfish, so a little less brave. So she'll find cover.
The end of your turn, Inza, looking to Visaria, opens her mouth, and she says the words, "Look to the sky, sister. Your doom is written in it." And she uses her curse feature. I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Cool. 18.
Something about her words ring true in your ears.
It's all right, sister. I've been doomed for a number of years.
It's your turn.
Now, I just saw her use this box to command the shadows and mess with my family and be a general shit that she's been most of my life, right?
Yeah, you're pretty sure it's the box is some kind of magic that has to do with whatever she's done to your family.
So, Moonbeam's still up. She maintains concentration on that, but she's gonna cast Shatter at 3rd level right on top of her.
So you know you will hit your family as well if you do this. Their days, they haven't gotten out of the way, and she's been pushing through them, but she's been keeping clumped with them.
Keeping clumped with them?
Yeah, she's looking for people
Okay.
to not be in a fireball in case she thinks I have restrained or something right now. Moonbeam? It's gonna...
I mean, yeah, she would see that, reconsider that she's... Wait, I have to check one thing, sorry. I just suddenly realized something.
Yeah, I mean, you're rolling baller damage at that level with Moonbeam, too. So it's crazy, maybe.
Since her sister decided to bring family business and use family methods into this, Basari is not restrained to do the same, not to do the same anymore. So she uses her family's evil eye and uses it to cast hold person on her sister. She needs an 18.
It works.
She's held?
Yeah, so you lock your eye on her, and you see her smile, and her hunger and her anger, her outrage over the fact that you've come in here and you messed up everything. And then she's held. She can't move a muscle.
Well, I'm never going to devolve into kinslaying, sister. But the rest of the family might want to have words with you about your choice of actions lately.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right, so it's her turn, and she gets, at the end of her turn, to try to make another wisdom saving throw to break the paralysis. So this is kind of the make or break. And what is it, DC 18?
Yep.
I don't think that's enough. That is a 17. She holds fast. You can see one of her eyes twitching rapidly, but she can't move. That's the end of her turn. She can't use a legendary action. Nova, it's your turn.
Scorching ray, scorching ray, scorching ray, scorching ray.
All right.
So,
Fire him.
Yeah, I will. Fire, let's see. Oh, and she's paralyzed, right? So I have advantage to hit?
Yeah,
and cool.
You automatically crit.
And you automatically crit if you hit.
So, well, you know, it's fine anyways. That's just the first one. So I rolled real low, but it's fine. 1, 27, 2. I guess I gotta roll more d8s. Okay, let's go 3, 17 hit.
17 does hit.
Okay, and then I gotta roll 2 more, or 4 more d6.
Okay.
14. So 14, 24, 35, 48. I cast it at 3rd level. So.
All right. So you burn away. Her dress is in tatters. Her skin is torn.
Can I grab the box?
Yeah.
I want to run up, grab
She's
the box,
paralyzed.
and then bonus action, back with my boots.
Okay. She's paralyzed. She can't stop you. She can't opportunity attack. You see her eye twitch even more rapidly. That's the end of your turn. At this point, at the top of this round, Visaria, your family snaps to, and they finally realize they remember everything. They remember being slaves. They remember what Inza did to your mother. They remember the fear of being trapped inside their own bodies and controlled, puppeteered. Sorry, describe what your family does as Inza's there frozen by your spell.
I think first of all, Inza would just be staring and watching. And as different members of her family get up and stand up, I think one of her aunts just turns and blows through her hand, and you just see the fire erupt from her hand as they just allow her to burn slowly. As, you know. And you see another of her aunts do the same, and just her cousins join in.
Nova helps a little bit.
Nova probably helps. But you see them slowly, the women of her family decide that this stain and infestation, you treat it like you would any other thing that has been marred or infested or infected. You burn it like you burn the Vardo of one who's died of cholera or plague, so it can never come back.
She doesn't stay frozen forever, but by the time she can move her mouth and open her lungs to scream, she's already gone. She burned alive, and her scream fills the air. There's curses on her tongue in languages that you've never heard. And you've known her your entire life. And when her body stops moving, and when the fire dies into the sand, the last thing you see is her own shadow that slips off away from her body. It dances one circle around the fire. And
Do I see that?
Yeah. It's black against a yellow, bright afternoon sand.
She still has Moonbeam up. She moves it directly on top of that shadow.
And you don't see the shadow anymore.
And then the minute she realizes what's happened, she turns around and is like, oh shit. And has made sure that she's been standing in front of Lily most of this time, but now she's slightly panicking about what this child just saw.
There's a weird curiosity in Lily's eyes. She's not looked away. Roll me an insight check.
Oh, can I do that too?
Yeah.
I'm gonna burn an inspiration here for this insight check. For a 31.
Nice.
Vasari, you know that tragedy and seeing horrible things can change a person. It can break a person. It can turn them into a monster. You know that abuse is a cycle, and you know that a cruel world begets cruel people. When you look into her eyes and you see the curiosity in her eyes, you see her watching, all you see is strength.
She would turn and put herself in front of Lily and then start humming. And it's a lullaby that she wrote that Nova would hear and be slightly confused because she wrote it specifically for Nova and Racon to sing to Lily. And she uses her song of rest to put this child to sleep.
For just a moment, she starts humming back the same song, as though she's known it, as though she's heard it before. And then slowly she nods and she drifts off to sleep against your leg.
And she'll pick her up and turn to Nova and say, "So were you staying for dinner?"
Oh, I'd love to. I mean, I think you guys would be real great with a barbecue.
Maybe a little too soon.
Okay, I'll just sing. Y'all seemed really good with fire. You're my kind of people. I just feel it. Dinner. I'm starving and I would love to sit down. Honestly, just we can wait for the others to catch. I'll save a plate for Raccoon. I feel a little bad about the letter I wrote him, but I feel like he deserved it at the same time. So,
I mean, you should at least hold out until he apologizes.
okay, I'll hold his dinner plate to the side.
That will get an apology very quickly. I found that it works very well.
Is it? They're very food incentivized.
Most men of my experience are incentivized by food.
I've only dated women, so this is.
And on this gossip, we pull away. What's Visaria's parting quip?
She's like, darling, we'll talk. I have stories to tell you about the.
We've got a whole 2/3 of a day before they get here. Let's go.
And she'll just kind of guide her away, and then.
And this is where our story will end for tonight. Oh man, that was wild. Well, all right. Wow. Yeah. We did a lot. We did a lot this session. We covered some ground. Thank you all for playing, for going a little long tonight, to resolve everything. I wasn't sure what exactly was going to happen, and I couldn't have been more wrong. I guessed everything wrong, which is cool. I had a great time. Loved playing with everybody. It was great to be back in the game. Thank you to everybody watching and in chat for being so supportive and energetic and kind. Hope you enjoyed tonight. We're going to go around in a circle and do what we do, say what we're up to, decompress. And let's start off with Lindy. Lindy, how are you doing?
Oh god, I was hoping not to be first. Okay, I'm fine now. I was stressed. I don't think Nova's gotten that low on HP, and besides the first episode, the prison break episode, I was like, oh, it's just a one-time guest appearance. It's fine if I die, and then it didn't happen. So, that was intense, and then so much happened, and we got separated. And oh my gosh, my brain's still processing. I've got like the adrenaline shakes. The caffeine probably didn't help either, but it's fine. That was so cool. I was not expecting to fight Inza today, let alone Visaria and Nova versus Inza. Just two of them, and then she had legendary actions, and I was like, oh shit, this is bad. But it all worked out, and it was super cool, and I cannot wait for the next time we play. And just to tell everybody in Nova's own words what exactly went down, because it's going to be very awesome and not at all elaborated. Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. You guys are amazing. The chat is amazing. You all are amazing. My heart's just melting in warm pyromaniac, globs. It's beautiful and wonderful. You can find me online at LaughLoveLindy on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I play in and GM a lot of tabletop RPGs. On my channel, you can find me every Monday on Mondays in Exandria, and Tuesday on Mr. Ravenloft, which is super spooky and getting into some deep backstory stuff. It's really good, and classic 2nd edition Ravenloft stuff, so it's pretty brutal too. Someone got hit by lightning walking outside this past Tuesday. That was very satisfying. But yeah, I feel like Dawn would appreciate it. But yeah, check me out there. And tomorrow on Encounter Roleplay for Death's Curios. It's an Unhallowed Metropolis game, which if you haven't checked it out, it's a super fun system. Also very deadly, but it's a lot of fun. So yeah, check it out.
Yay. Yeah, whenever I get to check out Ravenloft on Tuesdays, it's always great. It's been a really fun ride. I try to catch it when I get home from work early. If I get home early enough, I'm always in there in chat because I love 2nd edition Ravenloft, obviously. Billy, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. That was a hell of a episode. Prax, fucking dope. Awesome job. Thank you for killing Inza. Yeah, this was man, a lot of stuff happened. I feel like I'm away for too long, but I always love it when I'm back and I'm playing with my friends, telling stories, and making awesome shit happen. I feel like my opinion, Riordan got a bad rap. He just got voted for the corruption poll, but like I'm the motherfucker that dragged his ass back there. Like that didn't have to happen. But yeah, no, that's fine. Vote for Riordan for corruption. That's cool. Don, thank you for everybody watching on VOD. Appreciate it. Thanks for all the raiders that came in today. Check out more stuff. You can find me on Realms Remembered on this channel on Mondays at 6, which is a feast for the eyes. And have a great time. I had a great time. Thank you, everybody.
I loved all the stuff that happened with the portal and Riordan and Rookone. All that was really fun. I thought Rookone being the maximum amount of bull that he could be and actually riding the Vardo down the side of the mountain was awesome. Yeah, it was a really fun episode. They hit a lot of notes, and I was really glad we were back too. Let's go over to Honoria. Tia, how are you doing?
I am great. This episode was fantastic. I've kind of behind the scenes been struggling a little bit with my role in the roleplay world, and this definitely reinvigorated the positive aspects of it. I love all of you so much. You are my bestest friends. I love that we talk outside of gaming and inside of it, and we get to tell these awesome stories together. And probably, I would say this is a top 3 episode for me easily. This was fantastic. I had a lot of fun. Mondays, we have Age of Arcana, which you can actually see the lovely Prax. She roleplays over there. Wednesdays, I am here. I have just signed up with LFM Agency, and a lot of you are asking me, what is that? What does that mean? And I can't tell you yet. All I can tell you is that it's going to have an amazing Kickstarter. There are going to be some amazing opportunities for people in the role-playing community. And if you want to get an early start on that, please consider joining my stream team for LFM Agency. You can be a part of multiple teams, so if you're already part of one, don't worry. The benefit from that is everybody gets hosted. When one channel goes offline, all the viewers are automatically sent over there. Help grow as a family. Good times. And yeah, Riordan, enjoy that corruption, buddy.
And we're gonna go over to Prax here in a second. Everybody, go ahead and roll me charisma saving throws, just to see.
I choose to fail.
I mean, it doesn't. I guess for Nova and Honoria, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Just high five.
I'm still gonna roll it to see if I can actually succeed on this.
Get a natural 20.
Hey.
This is the thing. So
Does an 11 make it?
no, 11's a fail.
Never. Not once.
All right, so Rookone, you fail with a natural 1, which means double.
I mean, it's not a natural one.
Oh, is it not? Oh no, it's not. You're right.
It's a 2.
It's a 2.
It's a 2.
But he has a negative 1.
Dirty 1.
Yeah, no, it's a natural 1's the rules, just like a natural 20's the rules. So you don't have to double yours, but you will gain 1d6 corruption. Rookone and Riordan, you won the poll for gaining corruption. Last week, you won redemption. You rolled a natural 20, so your corruption went back to 0 last session. You're at 0 corruption right now, but now you gain 1d4. Now you have 1 corruption, Sir Riordan. Rookone, you gain 5 corruption. What's that do to Rookone? Anything?
Let me pull up my document. It's somewhere between going more evil and staying the same.
I can tell you here in a second. I got it. Oh no, because you just recently turned. You just recently, so you had 0, so now you're at 5.
Yeah.
Okay. So no major changes this time around. Awesome. And then the last thing we have is redemption, and I think Honoria gained redemption. Do you want redemption, Honoria?
You know what? I do, Dawn. I can't lose the level, right?
No, you can't lose the level.
Okay, so wow, this is weird. I feel like I've been selected as like
1d4.
Price is Right contestant winner.
And if Nova's 2 redemption points away from becoming neutral again.
Yes. Look at that, Dawn. Look at that.
4.
I have.
Did you have any before? I can't imagine you did, but I'm gonna look.
No.
2 points away from a nicer Nova.
No,
Now
even a little bit.
Now you have 4 points of redemption. All right. So that's the effects of that. Let's go over to Prax. Prax, I just want to say, loved having you on the show. Love Visaria. easily one of my favorite characters we've had in the show, and just a joy to finally get to play with you. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Thank you all. Thank you for letting me come play with you. Sorry, Reardon, I tried. But also, thank you for sticking around long enough that she didn't waste the extra wish and she could do something else instead. But, you know, hey, that's fine. I love playing with you all. I love the fact that basically Nova and Visaria are the Jewish moms from Brooklyn who are going to kibitz about everything together. I loved watching Rook try and save the Vardo. That was great. I also loved the image of Visaria subway surfing her own Vardo while Rook is trying to drive it. That was great. I loved everything with Reardon trying to be the moral compass that he is, and it made things right. And as mad as Visaria was that he went back through the portal, Prax knew that was going to happen. And that was like, wait, I just need to delay him long enough that the portal closes by accident and he thinks she went somewhere else. That's it. That's like, okay, no, that's not gonna work. Okay. But no, I understood, and it was fun. And I'll make more stories and songs that show up. And thank you, Dawn, for being a wonderful DM. It was great. We had lots of fun. I didn't kill my sister. I get credit for that, right? Nova did, but I don't.
I did most of it.
Yeah, you did most of it. I held her in place. That was it. But
You just held her still. I punched.
It's fine. It's fine. It was great. But thank you, Don. You're a wonderful DM, and I really appreciate you letting me come play with you all. I appreciate all of the fun times we had. As for me, I'm at Deirdre Dunlin on Twitter, or Praxagora Thesmophoria, as you see me hanging out in the Twitch chat. And usually I'm hanging out either on Mondays for Age of Arcana over on Role Players, and or Tuesdays and Fridays I'm playing in Dark Matter on Tuesdays, and Fridays Adventures in Castle Falkenstein on Wandering DM. If you've never seen Castle Falkenstein, it's basically Victorian steampunk role-playing games, and we play it as flirting and drinking on a train at the moment. And then Saturdays, I run a Vampire the Masquerade game over on Wandering DM, and if you have a chance, check out the VODs. It's a lot of fun. I will say that because I'm a meta individual, and as Don knows, I like to play with both diegetic and non-diegetic, so there might be people in this community that were cast as NPCs that had an effect because, you know, when you're playing in New York, who else do you have but Her Royal Highness the Ginger Flame as the Prince of New York? But check me out on Twitter. I always post where I'm going to be, and follow these people and watch these people because they are wonderful and they are heartwarming, and we appreciate them all.
Thank you. And I will say, just like with all the other guests we've had, there's always a follow-up. I always do it behind the curtain so that the viewers, you know, aren't spoiled too much, but the impact of the actions that Visaria has taken and will continue to take within the world of our story will continue through the rest of the campaign, and we'll talk more about that afterwards. Before I pass it off to Greg, I just want to say, again, I had a great time. Thank you all. We only have 4 or so sessions left, and so it's going to be a wild ride. Tonight was a sort of a hint at how things might be to come. And I'm really excited because within those really tense situations, people make really interesting choices. And that's my favorite thing, besides the fact that you're all my friends, is that you're constantly making interesting choices. That's so much fun for me. You can follow me at Donathan Fry. I am in other streams. I write games. If you're watching this, you probably know. If you follow me on Twitter, you'll see what I'm up to. A couple of DM's Guild modules within the past month. Dark Matter, I'm working on a huge Dark Matter adventure for publication right now that is going to be pretty cool. That's my next big thing, and then a bunch of other stuff after that. So thank you very much. And Greg and Sir Riordan, hey brother, how are you doing?
Oh, doing well. Great episode. I thought that Visaria was fantastic. The dynamic between her and her sister ended the only way that it could, with one on top. Also, I've never seen a more Avenger episode from my brother Billy. He was Thor, Hulk, and Captain America, if I was tallying correctly at any various time of this session. Fantastic stuff to witness, especially when before you've played with Billy long enough that when a wheel comes off a wagon, that's not a problem, because he's going to become the wheel. You don't need him to say it. He's going to become the wheel, and you just wait for it to be described in epic fashion. And that's what I did, and I loved it. I loved everything about it, and that's why I helped carry the Vardo, because it was dope as hell. I wouldn't have done it otherwise. Anyway, Grimjack21502 on the Twitter, part of the Tales from the Grim team here on the Twitch. A couple fun things coming up, friends. This Friday we have the beginning of our community event, Outbreak Undead, The Feast, taking place in my mythical homebrew world of Garrett, Maryland. Last year we took on zombies as members of the community played themselves in Hunter Entertainment's Outbreak Undead. They will be playing themselves again, but this time no to the zombies, yes to the vampires, as our first group. The first course, if you will, going into this Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern is our very own Charlie, Susie, Just Jason, Matt, and Pope. They will be going into Garrett, Maryland to take on the Ancients and to see exactly what awaits them for the feast. So please tune in, follow me on Twitter to see when that's going live and all that fun stuff. The other thing that I'd like to mention, I have the privilege of DMing a fantastic group of people this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern time on Roll20. So you have a Roll20 app for Twitch. I'm going to be DMing kids on bikes, and I'm going to be doing it with Serena X Marie, Carlos Kritz, and Stubby Stan as we go back to the 90s. We're going to hit you baby one more time, do a little Gangster's Paradise with Coolio, and have some fun solving mysteries while we ride our whatever speed you want it to be bikes around town. But anyway, just make sure you're back here. Star Trek Sundays, Realms Remembered Mondays, Bad Moon Rising Mondays, and back around the horn. If you're going to make anything, make this one. We're in the twilight now. Stick around till the end, friends. We'll make it as epic as we can. Back to you, bub.
That's it for me. Thank you again, folks, for being here. Everybody rocks. Next week, we'll have some surprises for you. I'm not going to tell you what they are, but we've still got a few of them, and you're going to get one of the big ones next week. That's all. I guess, as we say on this channel, as the campfire dies down, you can't always roll nat 20s.
Well, campfire goes down, there's one thing left to say. You can't always roll nat 20s.
But you can always roll play.
We'll see you next time, friends.
Smooth.